Chapter 595, Revelations of Identity, Dia is that Dia, 21 more updates, _2. Isn't that Zhou Danny and old Zhao? It seems like they've taken my advice and are now selling grilled bun pieces at the school gate. Ni Yang turned to Han Xiaoyu next to her and said, Xiaoyu, how about I treat you and our classmates to some food? What are we eating? Han Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. The food in the school cafeteria lacks flavor, and she was already hungry. Ni Yang continued, there's a place selling grilled bun pieces over there. Let's go try some. Hearing this, Han Xiaoyu replied with lackluster interest, what's so good about steamed buns? I can eat them every day at home. Other classmates chimed in, steamed buns don't seem to taste that good. Ni Yang laughed and said, I promise, these bun pieces are really delicious, beyond your imagination. I'm a regular customer there, would I lie to you guys? Come on, lunch is on me today. Ni Yang is pretty and always tells the truth, so everyone followed her. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Danny. Yang. Zhou Danny looked at Ni Yang in surprise. Just as she was about to say something, Ni Yang continued, Aunt Danny, can we get 8 orders of grilled bun pieces, please? By the way, guys, do you want sweet and sour, or spicy? I'll have the spicy one. I want the sweet and sour one. Ni Yang took count and then said, Aunt Danny, we'll have 3 spicy and 5 sweet and sour ones. All right. Zhou Danny and old Zhao immediately started grilling the bun pieces. For slices per order, 8 orders, that's 32 slices. In no time, all the bun slices were grilled and ready. Han Xiaoyu was the first to taste a piece and then said in surprise, Yang, you weren't kidding, these grilled bun slices are so delicious. It's sweet and sour. What sauce is this smeared on the bun slices? That's ketchup. Zhou Danny explained. Han Xiaoyu continued, for slices are not enough. Auntie, I'll take another order. Same for me. Me too. The commotion here quickly caught the attention of others. Everyone started casting curious looks, and the air was filled with the aroma of grilled buns, stopping everyone in their tracks. Those grilled bun slices look so delicious, should we buy some to try as well? Sure. Let's buy some too. More and more students came over to buy grilled bun slices, and soon, Zhou Danny and old Zhao were overwhelmed with orders. Ni Yang watched everyone while munching on her bun slice, a mild smile on her lips. In economics, this is called the herd effect. We're like a herd of sheep. Seeing other sheep grazing under the big tree, driven by curiosity, I also want to try. Although I have no idea if the grass under the tree is really tender and juicy and is more delicious than the grass by the sheepfold. But since so many sheep are eating it, the taste can't be too bad. The herd effect often just lacks a leader, and Ni Yang just played the role of the leader. Seeing Zhou Danny's and old Zhao's business getting better, Ni Yang relieved, quietly put 2 yuan in the money jar, and then left with Han Xiaoyu and the others. Zhou Danny immediately grabbed the money and chased after them. Ni Yang had helped them so much, and it was just a few grilled bun pieces. How could she take Ni Yang's money? Ni Yang laughed and said, Aunt Danny, you're out here doing business, and I'm treating my classmates to food. Who eats without paying? You should get back. Uncle Zhao will be too busy alone. For Ni Yang, this was just a no-brainer. She had to spend money to treat everyone to food anyway. Instead of spending it somewhere else, might as well give it to Zhou Danny and old Zhao. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? Seeing that Ni Yang wouldn't take the money, and with old Zhao indeed overwhelmed, Zhou Danny had no choice but to return to help him. In less than an hour, they sold out all their grilled bun pieces. Zhou Danny counted and, including Ni Yang's 2 yuan, they've made a total of 6 yuan. Old Zhao, we're rich. Zhou Danny excitedly looked at old Zhao. Old Zhao said, we have to thank Yang. If it wasn't for her, even if our grilled bun slices were delicious, we wouldn't be able to sell them. People who know how to do business are different from those who don't. Isn't that the truth? Yang Yang is truly capable. Not only is she capable, but also sensible. Who else would have helped them out of the blue? The next afternoon when school let out, the couple was back at their stand selling grilled bun pieces. This time they prepared twice the amount than the previous night. But they still sold out again. By the third day, old Zhao simply stopped selling buns during the day. Instead, he and Zhou Danny went to places with more foot traffic to sell grilled bun slices. After the previous experience, this time, the couple got their children to act as customers. Once there was a first customer, there would be a second and a third. In this way, the couple averaged 35 yuan a day. This was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past. After selling for more than a month, the couple had saved up a bit and decided to visit Ni Tsuehua at the Ni family. The couple, carrying lavish gifts and leading their 4 children, took an early tram to Jinghua village. Although they didn't call ahead, Ni Yang was well known in Jinghua village. A quick inquiry would quickly lead to a helpful villager guiding the way. "Comrades, this is Yang Yang's house." Zhou Danny stood at the entrance and excitedly shouted, "Dia! Dia!" After a moment, Ni Tsuehua came out and opened the door. Seeing the people outside, she said in surprise, "Danny, how come you didn't call ahead before coming? Dia, your house wasn't hard to find. Besides, people here are so polite." At first, when I said Dia, they did not know who, but when I said Yang Yang, they immediately knew who I was talking about. Shangguan Dehui stood frozen on the spot, holding the gifts. If he heard correctly, did Zhou Danny just call Ni Tsuehua Dia? Is this Dia the same Dia? Chapter 596. The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky. The person in front of you is the person in your heart. _1 After more than 20 years, Shangguan Dehui couldn't be sure if the woman in front of him was his old flame. As he watched Ni Tsuehua chatting and smiling with Zhou Danny, a subtle hint of red blossomed in the rims of his eyes. Could it be her? The face of the girl who stood in the depths of the jungle 20 years ago seemed to slowly become clearer, bit by bit overlapping with the woman in front of him. The moon in the sky is mirrored in the depths of the sea, just as the person before me is reflected in my heart. Danny, brother-in-law. Please come in and sit down. Ni Tsuehua ushered Zhou Danny's family inside. Only then she noticed the dumbfounded Shangguan Dehui. "Mr. Shangguan, you're here too. How is your foot recovering?" Shangguan Dehui snapped back to reality, nodding his response. "It's all good now, thank you for your concern. Come inside." Once inside the house, Ni Tsuehua introduced Shangguan Dehui to Zhou Danny and her husband. Zhou Danny, being illiterate, just thought Shangguan Dehui was particularly well-dressed and wore glasses, clearly the mark of a scholar. Seeing him standing next to Ni Tsuehua created an indescribable harmony. Moreover, she had a nagging feeling of familiarity about Shangguan Dehui. Like she had seen him somewhere before. "Mr. Shangguan, nice to meet you. My name is Zhou Danny, I grew up with Dia. This is my husband, Zhao Yukai, you can call him Old Zhao." Despite her illiteracy, Zhou Danny was far more socially adept than her husband. As per usual, Old Zhao just smiled and nodded. "Comrade Zhou, Comrade Old Zhao, I am Shangguan Dehui." Shangguan Dehui politely shook hands with Zhou Danny and Old Zhao. Ni Tsuehua fetched some snacks for Dushuan, Ershuan, Sanchuan, and Xiaoshuang. "Thank you, Aunt Dia." "Aunt Dia, what is this? It's so delicious. I've never had anything like it before." Ni Tsuehua smiled and replied, "This is dried fruit, made by your sister Ni Yang. Sister Ni Yang is so talented." "Is this bread also made by Sister Ni Yang?" Xiaoshuang asked. She had only ever seen bread in the showcase windows of the supply and marketing cooperative. She never thought she would get to taste actual bread today. Ni Tsuehua nodded, "Yes, it is." Xiaoshuang stated, "Sister Ni Yang really is amazing, I want to be just like her when I grow up." Ni Tsuehua tousled Xiaoshuang's hair and replied with a smile, "Xiaoshuang, you're so clever, I'm sure you can be." Subsequently, Enai Tsuehua brewed tea for everyone. Mr. Shangguan. Thank you. As Shangguan Dehui reached out to take the teacup, his rough fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of Enai Kuihua's hand. Both of them stiffened instantly, and as they locked eyes in the shared surprise, time seemed to stand still for a moment. To mask the awkwardness, Shangguan Dehui took a big gulp of tea. Enai Tsuehua looked at him, surprised. The water for tea had just been boiled. Did he not find it too hot? What a strange man. Mr. Shangguan, have we met before? Zhou Danny asked Shangguan Dehui. Shangguan Dehui set down his cup. I served as a sent-down youth in the countryside. Zhou Danny gasped, no wonder. I also used to live in the countryside. Perhaps we really have met before. Oh, where exactly did you serve? Shangguan Dehui replied, Haiqing City, Yonglin Village. I was responsible for safeguarding the forest zone. Zhou Dan's face was a picture of surprise. Good heavens. From Yonglin Village. Daya and I used to herd cattle in the forest zone all the time. Do you remember, Daya? Zhou Danny turned to look at Enai Tsuehua. Enai Tsuehua nodded. Of course, I remember. How could she forget? Those were the happiest years of her young life, until she was sold off to the Mu family. Afterward, she became a tool for reproduction, toiling that resembled the life of a hard-working cow. The memory Enai Tsuehua was most reluctant to recall in her early years was her time with the Mu family. Shangguan Dehui looked at Enai Tsuehua. Do you still remember the young bald know-it-all who fell into the trap? Given the harsh rural conditions, in order to prevent lice, Shangguan Dehui had his head shaved bald soon after his arrival. Enai Tsuehua was taken aback. She looked up at Shangguan Dehui, her eyes filled with confusion. It felt like she was on the verge of remembering something, but she couldn't associate Shangguan Dehui with the man in her memory. Shangguan Dehui added, by the way, don't you have a scar on your right ankle? How do you know about that? Enai Tsuehua asked, perplexed. Because I am that bald know-it-all from back then. Shangguan Dehui's voice was very calm. The look of surprise gradually swept over Enai Kuihua's face. She covered her mouth and stuttered, You are that. Chapter 597, The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, the person in front of you is the person in your heart _2. Many years had passed, and Enai Tsuehua was about to forget that segment of her memory. Looking at the refined Shangguan Dehui in front of her, it was impossible to link him with the shaven-headed, goatee-wearing, rascal-looking boy from her past. In fact, Enai Tsuehua was very scared of Shangguan Dehui back then. Because his appearance was like a bandit in the movies, his actions were also. That's why, Enai Tsuehua, after saving someone, did not even have time to care about her foot injury and ran away hurriedly. Remembering it now, the scene was rather amusing. You've changed so much. Enai Tsuehua was still somewhat in disbelief. I remember you didn't look like this back then. Everything around them began to blur. At this moment, all Shangguan Dehui could see was Enai Tsuehua. He step by step walked up to Enai Tsuehua, extending his hand towards her and formally said, Hello Comrade Daya, I am Shangguan Dehui. Zhou Danny, standing at the side, covered her surprised mouth. Old Zhao remained as always, seemingly unaffected by everything around him. Enai Tsuehua was stunned for a while, Shangguan Dehui's hand hanging mid-air for a moment too. Then she reacted, reaching out to shake hands with Shangguan Dehui. Hello. Shangguan Dehui's hand was cold, his grip very strong, as if he was trying to crush her hand. Enai Tsuehua frowned slightly, and at this moment, Shangguan Dehui let go of her hand. If it wasn't for the warmth lingering in her hand, Enai Tsuehua would have doubted if what just happened was a misunderstanding. Zhou Danny stood up in surprise. Daya, so you two have known each other for a long time. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Yes, I met Comrade Daya when I was in Yonglin Village. Without realizing it, Shangguan Dehui's reference to Enai Tsuehua had shifted from Yang Yang's mother to Comrade Daya. Because Daya is irreplaceable as Daya. And Yang Yang's mother could also be Yanyan's mother. Zhou Danny smiles and comments, it seems fate has brought you two together again. Shangguan Dehui smiled without confirming or denying it. Zhou Danny continued, after so many years, how did you recognize Daya, Mr. Shangguan? Shangguan Dehui replied, at first, I wasn't really sure, until I heard you call her Daya. This made Zhou Danny even more curious, asking, Daya is just a nickname, how did you know her nickname, Mr. Shangguan? Because that name happened to be an integral part of his teenage years, the name Daya represented a young boy's blooming emotions. At the time, to repay her kindness, I went to the village to look for Comrade Daya, but no one knew where she had gone. Eventually, I returned to the city, my family arranged a marriage for me, I obediently married, then my wife died giving birth. As the memories of the past unwind, a look of melancholy fills Shangguan Dehui's eyes. If he hadn't missed her back then, would their story have ended differently? His wife died in childbirth. So is Shangguan Dehui single now? Zhou Danny's gaze moves between the two of them, a flicker of hopeful light flashing in her eyes. Let's not dwell on the past anymore. The most important thing in life is to treasure the present. Comrade Zhou is right, living in the present is most important. Shangguan Dehui nodded in agreement. Let the missed opportunities of his past go. This time, he won't miss the opportunity again. Enrich was taken aback and felt these two were talking in riddles but didn't think too much further, continuing, it's getting late, you two chat here, I'll go make dinner. Zhou Danny was about to offer her help when Dushwan came over with little Yun and his other siblings. Mommy and Daddy, we found a river over there. Some people are catching fish. Come and play with us. The river current was rather strong, without an adult, it could be very dangerous. And little Yun was just over 1 year old this year. If something really were to happen, the 4 older ones wouldn't be able to handle little Yun. Zhou Danny said, your father can accompany you guys, I will go help Aunt Danny cook. With so many people for the meal, Enrich would definitely be overwhelmed on her own. Shangguan Dehui stood up and said, Comrade Zhou, you and Comrade Zhao should go play with the children, I'll take care of the kitchen. Fufu, Daddy, also play. Little Yun walked over and pulled Shangguan Dehui's sleeve. Shangguan Dehui crouched down, patting little Yun gently, Yun, be good, you go play with your Uncle Zhao, Aunt Danny, and your siblings. Uncle needs to stay back and help Mommy cook, if not Mommy is going to be very tired on her own. Chapter 598, The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, the person before your eyes is the person in your heart _3. Oh, little Yun nodded sensibly, then, Fufu, let's play later. Shangguan Dehui grinned, alright, Uncle will take you to play later. Emichim. Zhou Danny turned to Shangguan Dehui, then, thank you in advance, Mr. Shangguan. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they had a family outing. They could take this opportunity to bring the children to play by the river. Moreover, it would afford Shangguan Dehui and Enrich some time alone. She noticed that Shangguan Dehui appeared to be rather interested in Enrich. Zhou Danny and old Zhao led the children out the door. Little Yun, being small, had small steps as well. Therefore, Zhou Danny picked her up. Little Yun, do you want a father? Yes. Little Yun bobbed her head. Zhou Danny continued to ask, who would little Yun want to be your father? This question was quite profound for little Yun. She didn't quite understand, shaking her head. Zhou Danny turned her head towards old Zhao. Do you think Daya is a good fit with Mr. Shangguan? Old Zhao scratched his head. They do seem quite suited for each other, but wouldn't a family like theirs place a lot of importance to their social standing? Old Zhao was an honest man, and his take on issues was fairly in-depth. Enrich indeed had good prospects. But the fact that she was a sole proprietor was something that no one could change. Old Zhao, being a sole proprietor himself, knew all too well the disdain people had for sole proprietors. Upon hearing this, Zhou Danny sighed. She then added, so what if she's a sole proprietor? She hasn't stolen or robbed anything. If Shangguan Dehui ever dares to belittle Daya, I'll cut him down with a knife. Shangguan Dehui rolled up his sleeves and arrived at the kitchen. Comrade Daya, can I assist you with anything? Enrich laughed and replied, there's no need, I can handle it myself. From Shangguan Dihui's appearance, it was clear he wasn't accustomed to kitchen work. He was probably just being polite. In those days, the notion of male superiority had not completely vanished. So far, Enrich only knew one man, Mo Chishan, who was genuinely willing to cook. Therefore, Mo Chishan had always been her ideal son-in-law. Shangguan Dihui continued, Comrade Dia, do not underestimate me. Back when I was a youth in the countryside, I was the top chef. Really? Enrich seemed genuinely surprised. Of course. Shangguan Dihui naturally took over the carp from Enrich's hands and started to prepare it. Enrich then said, to be honest, you've really changed a lot. She had a hard time reconciling how the former troublemaker became an educator. I was a bit. Shangguan Dihui didn't stop working, but turned to look at Enrich. I must have scared you back then, didn't I? Enrich paused while washing the vegetables. It was all right. Actually, after she pulled Shangguan Dihui out of the pit, a minor incident had occurred. The young Shangguan Dihui was such a wild card. He was the ringleader of his circle. Otherwise, why would he have been sent to the countryside? Or scared Enrich away? The first time Shangguan Dihui laid eyes on Enrich, he was stunned. His blood began to boil, making him dizzy, and he immediately pinned her to the ground, threatening, don't move. In the end, under a surge of hormones, he even kissed her while she was still pinned to the ground. Pure-hearted Enrich had never experienced anything like this. Moreover, it was the conservative 1960s, and she was so scared that she pushed Shangguan Dihui away and ran off without looking back. Actually, that was Shangguan Dihui's first time behaving like that with a girl. He didn't even understand his feelings at the time. So, after Enrich ran away, his legs felt weak, he didn't even have the strength to chase after her. Shangguan Dihui then said, after you disappeared, I searched for you for a long time. Enrich, silent, continued washing vegetables. Shangguan Dihui continued, where did you go? What happened during all these years? I got married. Enrich replied matter-of-factly. Regrettably, the person she married wasn't a good partner. Shangguan Dihui's lips moved, but he changed the subject. Should this fish be cut into chunks or slices? Just chop off the fish head. Well, make a fish head tofu soup. Enrich cut the tofu into pieces and placed them in a ceramic bowl. Understood. Shangguan Dihui nodded. As they washed their hands and prepared the soup, the two worked together harmoniously. Chapter 599. The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, the person in front of you is the person in your heart. 4. At this moment, he even had the illusion that they were already an old couple. The window was open, and the cool breeze from the outside brought petals of gardenia in, floating through Enrich's hair. Just like any rural woman, her hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. It didn't seem tacky at all. A strand of hair fell from her forehead, elegant and virtuous. Don't laugh at her for going gray, time doesn't defeat beauty. The wild cells inside Shangguan Dihui that had been stagnant for years were stirring again, but he had to suppress them. This time, he couldn't scare her off, no matter what. The tension between them gradually eased. Being with Shangguan Dihui made Enrich feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Their conversation also became more casual. Enrich said, are you really a teacher now? Enrich, who didn't know the truth before, thought Shangguan Dihui was quite suitable to be a teacher, but now, she always felt something was off. Really? Shangguan Dihui continued, after returning to the city, I got into college, then I continued to pursue my master's and doctoral degrees, and finally stayed in school to teach. Even he didn't expect that the once leader of Suzhou City would become a teacher. Time is indeed a magical thing. Enrich jokingly said, doesn't your principal fear you might mislead the disciples? Shangguan Dihui replied, Dia, you shouldn't be prejudiced. I have rehabilitated a long time ago. There's a saying, isn't there? A prodigal who returns is more precious than gold. Enrich looked at him and refuted, Shangwan Dehui, don't forget there's also a phrase, leopards never change their spots. Petals were scattered all over the courtyard, and the kitchen was filled with delicious aromas. At noon, Enrich prepared a feast. She originally intended to roast a chicken, but since she was unsure of controlling the temperature of the bakehouse, she decided to marinate it for Enrich to roast when she returns in the evening. Today marks the first month since the restaurant's opening, and Enrich was still spectating at the restaurant. The business has been operating for a month, and with enthusiastic service and delicious dishes, the restaurant had a lot of loyal fans and returning customers. Yet, there was only one VIP customer. Yang. A male voice suddenly rang out from behind. Enrich looked back and saw Chen Jitsang, who was holding a bouquet of bright red roses. Mr. Chen. This is for you. Chen Jitsang handed the roses to Enrich. The Westerners believe that roses symbolize love and sincere, pure affection. Enrich didn't reach out to accept them. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Previously, she accepted Chen Zikang's flowers because of the restaurant's grand opening, hoping for good luck. However, it's different today. Chen Jitsang had made it clear that roses stand for sincere, pure love. In these circumstances, if Enrich continued to accept his flowers, it could easily be taken the wrong way. Chen Jitsang argued, I know you have a boyfriend, you've already told me. But having a boyfriend doesn't mean I can't give you flowers. And nothing stops him from pursuing her. He simply doesn't believe that Enrich's boyfriend could be any better than he is. In terms of looks, he is not bad, he had countless foreign women chasing after him when he was abroad. As for background, he comes from a reputable family in Beijing. Choosing a potential partner is all about looks and background, right? With both in his favor, what could Enrich possibly be discontented with? That was why, on the day the restaurant opened, Chen Jitsang boldly bet that he would win Enrich over. Enrich replied, but I can't accept it. Why? I've said I don't mind. Chen Jitsang was somewhat puzzled. Enrich was indifferent, but I do. What are you concerned about? Chen Jitsang was confused. If he didn't mind, what was there for Enrich to worry about? Being concerned about having another suitor? And don't women usually feel more superior the more suitors they have? Why couldn't he see any superiority on Enrich's face? Enrich continued, because my boyfriend would be jealous. Chen Jitsang asked, so you are not accepting these flowers? Enrich shook her head, Mr. Chen, you don't need to waste your time on me, because I really love my boyfriend very much. Chen Jitsang nonchalantly said, you love yours, and I pursue mine. Romantic freedom is now the norm and no one can interfere with me. Besides, having an extra suitor gives you another option, I think that's pretty good. Times have changed, there's no need for girls to be so conservative. Chapter 600, The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, the person in front of you is the person in your heart. 5. Having come back from studying abroad, he speaks his mind without mincing words. Chen Jitsang firmly believes in one phrase. There's no flower that can't be pried away by a hoe, only a hoe that isn't trying enough. In his determination, he believes that he will inevitably pry Enrich away from her roots. Chen Jitsang is full of confidence in himself. Enrich said, time is money. Rather than wasting time on the impossible, better to use it to do something meaningful. If something is impossible from the start, it is best to clarify it once and for all. Enrich dislikes ambiguity. Chen Jitsang spoke bluntly, we could start as ordinary friends. For me, the most meaningful thing now is to win you over. This may make it impossible for me to be friends with you. Enrich was also straightforward. Chen Zikang's intentions are clear. If she agreed now, things would become ambiguous. Yang, I've found you more and more interesting. Better call me Enrich. And, I find you particularly uninteresting. In the past, Enrich didn't mind Chen Jitsang calling her Yang since they were friends. Now knowing his intentions, hearing him call her Yang Yang made her uncomfortable. It simply felt strange. Wow, you're this petty? Qin Jitsang was somewhat taken aback. With a light tone, Yang responded, yes, I am this petty. And, I strongly dislike ambiguity. I have things to do and can't keep you company. As she finished her words, she turned and headed for the upstairs office. Qin Jitsang watched Yang's retreating silhouette, his heart beating even faster. No wonder he liked her, she was even more irresistible when rejecting him. He could hardly bear to let her go. Qin Jitsang felt like surrendering on the spot. How is it? This girl isn't easy to pursue, right? Yang Kai walked over and patted Chen Zikang's shoulder. It's not easy. Qin Jitsang continued, but for me, it's only a matter of time. You guys get ready to wash my stinky socks. Yang Kai smirked, if I heard right, she just said she's cutting ties with you. Plus, she already has a boyfriend. Wake up. The one who needs to wash socks is you. Qin Jitsang elbowed Yang Kai in the chest. In this day and age, even people who are married can divorce. What's a boyfriend? The divorce rate in Beijing during the 80s had been gradually increasing. Nor was divorce considered as scandalous as in the past. Yang Kai responded, I think you're the sort who won't turn back until you hit a wall. Suddenly, Qin Jitsang seemed to remember something. Right, help me find out who Yang Yang's boyfriend is. Once he understands his rival, the better the opportunity to win the competition. Yang Kai looked at Qin Jitsang. Didn't she tell you to stop calling her Yang Yang? Qin Jitsang gave Yang Kai a punch. What's it to you if I call her that behind her back? As soon as Yang returned to the office, she received a call from Tsuehua. Since the telephone at home hadn't been installed yet, Tsuehua had to call from the village's supply and marketing cooperative. Yang Yang, your Uncle Shengguan and Aunt Danny are here. Come home early tonight, and pick up some vegetables from the market on the way. Tsuehua instructed on the phone. All right, Mom, I got it. Yang naturally wouldn't neglect her guests. She hung up the phone and headed out immediately. She bought some vegetables and fresh fruits from the market, then got on her bike to go home. Even though Yang was now a business owner, she remained frugal and still used her old big cross-beam bike, her only mode of transportation. She never enjoyed displaying her wealth. Honk. A small sedan suddenly pulled up in front of her. Yang immediately hit the brakes. At that moment, the window of the sedan slowly rolled down, revealing a handsome face. Yang, where do you live? I'll give you a ride. If it wasn't Qin Jitsang, who else could it be? No need. I'm fine going home on my own. Yang directly declined. Qin Jitsang continued, Yang, I don't mean anything else. I just saw you look tired from biking, so I wanted to give you a ride. Yang was too lazy to deal with Qin Jitsang. She turned the car around and went another way. Qin Jitsang watched Yang's back. His heart rate started to unconsciously quicken again. It had been a long time since he had met a girl with such a unique character like Yang. He was certain that he could win over Yang. Certainly. Qin Jitsang slapped the steering wheel fiercely. After Yang returned home, she clearly felt the dynamic between Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui had changed. Exactly what had changed, she couldn't say. Anyhow, it had been a long while since she had seen Tsuehua smile so happily. Uncle Shengguan, Yang greeted him politely. Yang Yang, Shengguan Dehui nodded. Yang looked around and asked, Mom, didn't you say Aunt Danny and Uncle Zhao were also here? Why don't I see them? Tsuehua said, they went out to play. Oh, Yang nodded. In the afternoon, Zhou Danny and old Zhao returned with the kids. The couple thanked Yang profusely. Yang, we really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, Uncle Zhao would still be selling steamed buns. You have no idea how bad the business was. We couldn't even make a single yuan a day. To Zhou Danny and old Zhao, Yang was like their family's benefactor. Ni Yang replied with a smile, Aunt Danny, Uncle Zhao, this is also due to your hard work and skills. I just played a small mediating role. If the steamed buns which you made were not delicious, who would buy them? I don't care, you're the savior of our family anyway. Ni Tsuhua listened on, baffledly. How did Ni Yang suddenly become the savior of Zhou Danny and her husband? Zhou Danny immediately explained everything to Ni Tsuhua. Bigya, you are so blessed for having such an excellent daughter like Yang Yang in this life. Shangguan Dehui, sitting aside, heard the whole thing and started looking at Ni Yang differently. It seemed that Big Ya's daughter was even more outstanding than he thought. By the way, Big Ya, you just mentioned that the newly renovated house next door belongs to you, right? Yes, Ni Tsuhua nodded, the interior has been renovated, but Yang Yang said we should let it air out. So we have not moved in yet and plan to do so when the weather turns cold. Zhou Danny continued, then, Big Ya, you must take me to see your new house. Sure, Ni Tsuhua said, come with me. The two sisters walked arm in arm toward the new house next door. Old Zhao quietly followed behind the two, playing the role of an invisible man. In a blink of an eye, only Ni Yang and Shangguan Dehui were left in the room. Yang Yang. What's the matter, Uncle Shangguan? Ni Yang looked up at Shangguan Dehui. Shangguan Dehui said, Uncle has a presumptuous request. Go ahead. Shangguan Dehui hesitated for a moment, then said, if you're free tomorrow morning, could I invite you for a meal? It was obvious that Big Ya cherished her daughter very much, so some things had to be approved by Ni Yang first. Ni Yang nodded, sure. The next day, Ni Yang arrived on time at the restaurant where she was supposed to meet Shangguan Dehui. Uncle Shangguan. Yang Yang, what would you like to eat? Shangguan Dehui handed her the menu. Ni Yang casually ordered a few dishes, closed the menu, and said, Uncle Shangguan, the reason you asked me here today is that you have something to say to me, right? Having been bluntly called out by Ni Yang, Shangguan Dehui wasn't embarrassed, he just nodded directly. Uncle Shangguan, feel free to speak your mind. Chapter 601, Shangguan Dehui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _1 calm. Ni Yang seemed too calm to him. Shangguan Dehui even had the illusion that Ni Yang already knew what he was going to say. Although the kid was only 18 years old, she gave Shangguan Dehui an inexplicable sense of oppression, the kind of feeling a guilt-ridden student has when seeing their teacher, but he was supposed to be that teacher. Shangguan Dehui picked up his cup and took a sip of tea, trying hard to calm himself down as he carefully chose his words in his mind. Ni Yang didn't rush either, gently stirring the coffee in her cup, not saying anything before Shangguan Dehui spoke. Although the atmosphere was quiet, it was not awkward. It wasn't until all the dishes were served that Shangguan Dehui finally spoke, Yang Yang. Yes, go ahead. Ni Yang put down the silver spoon in her hand and looked up at Shangguan Dehui. Looking directly into the other person's eyes when speaking shows basic respect. Since Shangguan Dehui had something important to tell her, she naturally had to show the respect a junior should have. Yang Yang, your mom and I actually met more than 20 years ago when I was a young laborer at a logging farm, Shangguan Dehui calmly told Ni Yang about his past with Ni Tsuehua, of course, omitting the part where they fooled around. Later, I went to many places looking for her. Maybe it was fate that we didn't end up together. After a fleeting glimpse, I never saw her again. Gradually, Shangguan Dehui was no longer nervous. Throughout the process, Ni Yang didn't show any particular emotions. She was always calm and quiet, like a listener. No wonder Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui got along so well yesterday. So it turns out that they knew each other years ago. Fate really is strange. Shangguan Dehui continued, my name is Shangguan Dehui. I am 43 years old and currently teaching at Tsinghua University. My mother still lives. I have 2 children, a set of twins, a boy and a girl. My wife died in childbirth years ago. I am now single and I would like to pursue your mother, Ni Tsuehua. That's right. He wanted to pursue Ni Tsuehua. He didn't want to leave any regrets from the youthful years that had passed more than 20 years ago. Ni was taken aback. Even though she was prepared, she didn't expect Shangguan Dehui to be so direct. Love is between two people. As children, they have no right to interfere with their parents' love. The reason Shangguan Dehui told her all this was to seek the approval of this daughter, which shows that Shangguan Dehui respects Enai Tsuehua and values this relationship very much. The most important thing in love is respect. This also proves that Shangguan Dehui is not a selfish man. If he was selfish, he wouldn't have told her all this. Ni Yang gave a slight smile. Uncle Shangguan, the most important thing in a relationship is mutual consent. I'm not my mom, I can't speak for her, let alone make decisions for her. So, I think you're going to have to talk to her about this. Ni Yang was speaking from the heart. She won't interfere with Ni Qihua's emotional life. As long as the other person's character is good and has no ulterior motives, even if Enai Tsuehua falls in love with a beggar, Ni Yang won't object. Moreover, Ni Yang had a very good impression of Shangguan Dehui. Her intuition told her that Shangguan Dehui could give Enai Tsuehua happiness, so she didn't oppose Shangguan Dehui's pursuit of Enai Tsuehua. For a moment, Shangguan Dehui began to question his own hearing and vision. Isn't Enai Yang angry? He wants to pursue Enai Tsuehua, and Enai Yang isn't angry at all? He had seen many single-parent families, where the children would oppose when one parent wanted to find a new partner, including the time with Lin Fang, when Chang Yu even showed a little resistance. He originally thought that Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were already quite sensible children. However, it turned out that Enai Yang was even more sensible than them. Shangguan Dehui was even prepared for Enai Yang's opposition and had thought of what to say to persuade her. So, Yang, you're not against me pursuing your mother, are you? No, I'm not. Enai Yang continued, she's had a hard enough life in the former half, I hope the latter half could be a little sweeter for her. But, there is one thing I want to say first. As she reached this point, Enai Yang hesitated for a moment. Go ahead, Yang. Enai Yang said, my mother is a person with a simple personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been cheated so horribly in the first half of her life. Uncle Shangguan, if you can win her heart, please make sure to treat her well. If not, I can do anything. This sentence carried a hint of warning. Chapter 602, Shangguan Dehui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _2. At that same moment, Enai Yang bent the silver spoon in her hand with one hand. She was not joking. If Shangguan Dehui dares to bully Enai Tsuehua, she will make him pay a price. Shangguan Dehui seemed not to have expected this from Enai Yang, and he was taken aback for a moment. This child's behavior was increasingly unlike that of an 18-year-old. She was more like a weathered overseer, with an intimidating air that could make one shudder inadvertently. Even he, as a teacher, felt an unnamed pressure. Yang, don't worry. As long as your mother agrees, I promise to protect her for the rest of my life, without her suffering the slightest grievance. No one could understand Shangguan Dehui's feelings, having regained what he had missed in half his lifetime. Not to mention the least indignity, he would not even let Enai Tsuehua suffer a tear. Enai Yang nodded, then please remember what you said today, Uncle Shangguan. I swear. Shangguan Dehui raised 3 fingers, if I break my vow today, let the heavens strike me with 5 thunderbolts. After the meal was finished, Enai Yang proposed to say goodbye. Shangguan Dehui, laughing, escorted Enai Yang out of the restaurant. All the way back to the Shangguan family, Shangguan Dehui was all smiles. Dehui, you're in a good mood today. The Shangguan's old lady came out from the inner room. Mom. Seeing Shangguan Dehui in good spirits, the old lady Shangguan brought up an old topic again. Mom mentioned something to you last time, how have you considered it? Not everyone in this world is like Lin Fang. You can't just give up on everyone because of one Lin Fang. Shangguan Dehui naturally knew what the old lady Shangguan was referring to. He followed up with, Mom, don't worry, sometimes fate comes and you can't stop it. Such as now. He had never dreamed that one day he would meet Daya again. He had always thought he would have to wait till the afterlife to see her again. Heaven is not thin. Old Lady Shangguan was taken aback, somewhat baffled by Shangguan Dehui's thoughts. Dehui, what do you mean? Shangguan Dehui smiled and said, Mom, I've caused you worry in recent days. That won't happen again. Old Lady Shangguan squinted. Dehui, do you have someone outside? Shangguan Dehui didn't answer, which was taken as a tacit agreement. Tell your mother who the girl is. Old Lady Shangguan was very excited. Shangguan Dehui said, Mom, don't be too happy too soon. Right now, nothing has been settled yet. Let me secure her heart first, then I'll tell you about it. Just hearing this, Old Lady Shangguan got even more excited. Great. Really great. Now I can rest in peace even if I die. Shangguan Dehui said, Mom, don't say such inauspicious words. All right, I won't say any more. Over the next few days, Shangguan Dehui would appear at the Ni family from time to time. And he always appeared when Ni Tsuihua needed him most. For instance, when the house's fuse burnt out, Ni Yang was not at home, no one could change it. Or when little Ni Yun was calling for her, but there's still porridge stewing in the pot. Ni Yang was often not home, and a man was indeed needed around the house. Although Shangguan Dehui was a teacher and bore a scholarly air, he was no pushover. After all, when he was young, he too was quite the man. He was very strong. Fetching water, chopping wood, even picking vegetables from the field. Even though Shangguan Dehui came to the Ni family often, no one in the village gossiped. Ni Tsuihua was a good person and Ni Yang had often helped the villagers. Everyone hoped that Ni Tsuihua could find happiness. A household without a man, how could it be? While there was no gossip in Jinghua village, there was much gossip in the neighboring villages. Xiaozwang's family field was right next to Niu Er's family field from the neighboring village. Xiaozwang's mom was tending to aloe vera plants while Niu Er's mom was harvesting rice. Niu Er's mom curiously asked, Can your aloe vera really sell for 2.5 cents per pound now? Xiaozwang's mom nodded, Absolutely, our family has sold several batches. If it wasn't profitable, why would we grow it? Niu Er's mom said enviously, At this rate, growing aloe vera is much more profitable than growing rice. I just wish our village had such good luck. Xiaozwang's mom replied with pride, Well, your village doesn't have a lucky star like ours. Now, in the neighboring villages, who didn't know that Jinghua village had a lucky star named Ni Yang? Chapter 603, Shangguan Dehui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _3. Niu Ermama continued, I heard the mother of your village's lucky charm likes to flirt with men. Xiaozwang's mom, Xiaozwang's dad is young and vigorous, and good-looking too. You better watch out. You mustn't let him be hooked away by some vixen from elsewhere. These words had a hint of instigation in them. If the person was gullible, they would be easily swayed. In fact, Niu Ermama came specifically to stir things up. Recently, Ni Tsuihua had been getting close with Shangguan Dehui, which she could use to her advantage. Now, everyone was making money in Jinghua village, who wouldn't be jealous? If the villagers of Jinghua village fell out with Ni Tsuihua, she would have to move out. At that time, they could step in and the lucky charm would become theirs. Niu Ermama was the village chief's daughter-in-law. Her plotting was ingenious. Xiaozwang's mom wasn't a fool either. She immediately retorted. Pa. Zhang Yinfeng, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Before you even bend over, I know you're about to talk shit. Trying to trick her? No way. Zhang Yinfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Xiaozwang's mom, don't speak in such an unpleasant way. I'm just looking out for you. Look at that woman, she's not good, a widow yet flirty and not following women's rules. Zhang Yinfeng. Xiaozwang's mom put down the scissors in her hand, walked up to Zhang Yinfeng, grabbed her wrist, and said angrily, Clarify your words today. Who's flirting around? Who's not following the women's rules? Enrich was always kind and a nice person. Xiaozhuang's mom absolutely would not allow anyone to insult her like this. Zhang Yinfeng was taken aback by Xiaozhuang's mom's reaction, and immediately became angry herself. What's wrong? Lu Chuanmiao. You dare to hit me? Enrich is indeed flirting around, not behaving like she should. That shameless fox. If I'm wrong, hit me. Go on, aim for the face. Zhang Yinfeng pointed at her own face. Lu Chuanmiao was known to be a calm person in Jinghua village. Would she dare to hit her? What a joke. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Yinfeng received a solid slap on the face. Zhang Yinfeng shrieked, "Ah! You dare to hit me!" Zhang Yinfeng was a shrew by nature. When she started cursing, she didn't hold back. The curse words that came out of her mouth were extremely harsh. She was now sitting on the ground, cursing and crying, insulting Lu Chuanmiao in every way possible. The commotion attracted many people working in the fields to come and watch the spectacle. Seeing so many people there, Zhang Yinfeng immediately started complaining. After all, she was the one who had been hit. Everyone criticized Lu Chuanmiao, saying it was inappropriate to hit someone. Some suggested Lu Chuanmiao should take Zhang Yinfeng to the health clinic and apologize to her. Among these people, there were both from Jinghua village and the neighboring village. Seeing everyone siding with Zhang Yinfeng, Lu Chuanmiao lost her temper. You all want me to apologize to this woman, why don't you ask me why I hit her? The village chief of Jinghua village stepped forward and said, no matter what the reason, it's not acceptable to hit people. Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, rest assured, the people of Jinghua village are reasonable. Hearing this, Zhang Yinfeng immediately perked up, pretending to be in pain on the floor, demanding that Lu Chuanmiao take responsibility. Pa! I am responsible for your mother. Lu Chuanmiao looked at the village chief. Chief, do you know what this woman said about Yang Yang's mom? She called Yang Yang's mom a fox, accusing her of flirting and not following women's rules. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression changed instantly. The villagers around also changed their faces, standing behind Lu Chuanmiao one after another. She dared to insult Enrich. Enrich was their village's Lucky Charms mom. No wonder Lu Chuanmiao couldn't stand it. However, Zhang Yinfeng didn't realize she was in the wrong and continued to stir the pot. What? Can't call a fox a fox. She is indeed flirting, not obeying women's rules. All of you, be careful with your men, don't let them be taken by that fox. Zhang Yinfeng was more and more excited. In the end, all sorts of harsh words came out of her mouth. Stinky woman. Say it again. I'll tear your mouth apart. The villagers who were originally helping Zhang Yinfeng suddenly rolled up their sleeves and charged forward, looking like they were about to beat her up. Zhang Yinfeng was taken aback, quickly stood up and hid behind the village chief. Chiefly, look at these unruly people in your village. You have to stand up for me. Chapter 604, Shangguan Dihui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _4. Village chiefly abruptly pulled Zhang Yinfeng from behind him. Zhang Yinfeng staggered, almost falling down, and looked at village chiefly with disbelief. She was somewhat confused about why the village chief had suddenly changed his demeanor. Didn't he just promise to back her up with a righteous face? Village chiefly looked down at Zhang Yinfeng and angrily said, Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, would you care to explain? What do you mean by scheming and deviant behavior? What do you mean by not following woman's virtue? Comrade Enrich is single now. As a single woman, she has every right to choose her own happiness. China has been liberated for decades. Do you still think we're living in the Qing dynasty where widows must live a life of chastity? If I recall correctly, your own younger sister just remarried a short while ago. So by your standards, she's a seductress, isn't she? If she's a seductress, what does that make you? A seductress, sister? Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, do you know what you're doing is called? It's called slander. It carries legal consequences. When the village chief finished his speech, the rest of the villagers of Jinghua village echoed, exactly, what era are we living in? Male and female equality, freedom of love has long been established. Zhang Yinfeng only knows how to criticize others. She does not even see her own sister. I remember that her sister was being flirtatious with several men even when her husband was still alive. She was even caught in bed by her mother-in-law. Really? Are you serious? Absolutely. Listening to these words, Zhang Yinfeng's face turned red with embarrassment. She originally planned to disrupt the harmony within the village, but she ended up embarrassing herself. But Zhang Yinfeng is not the kind of person who would easily admit defeat, and Ai Tsuehua is indeed a seductress. Shameless. You all don't know a good person's heart. You will regret this one day. Zhang Yinfeng's behavior thoroughly angered the villagers of Jinghua village. The crowd rolled up their sleeves, appearing ready to punch Zhang Yinfeng. Zhang Yinfeng. Say it again if you dare. Whoever dares to cross Yang Yang's mother will have to cross me, Zhou Dalan, first. I think this woman deserves a good beating. Give her a good beating and she will behave. You are the seductress, your whole family are seductresses. You embarrassing creature. Zhang Yinfeng was dumbfounded. She never expected that village chief Li and the villagers would back up Ai Tsuehua so forcefully. On the other hand, even though she has been bullied to this extent by the villagers of Jinghua village, her own villagers did not even dare to fart in protest. It's not that they didn't want to back Zhang Yinfeng up, but that Zhang Yinfeng was simply in the wrong. Who told Zhang Yinfeng to provoke those she should not have in Jinghua village? Wasn't she asking for it? Zhang Yinfeng backed off while sitting on the ground. Village chief Li continued, Zhang Yinfeng, let's put an end to this incident. If we hear you slandering comrade Ai Tsuehua again, we in Jinghua village will not let you off easily. Okay, everyone disperse, go back to work. Zhang Yinfeng was pissed as hell. When has she ever lost an argument in their village? And this time, she lost so miserably. That's it? Lu Chuanmiao from your village slapped me, and you're just calling it quits. Do you think I'm that easy to bully? Zhang Yinfeng rolled up her sleeves and stood up from the ground. The village chief glanced back at Zhang Yinfeng. She slapped you? So what? You aren't satisfied? If you aren't, then swallow that dissatisfaction. I'm telling you. People from Jinghua village are not so easy to bully. If there's a next time, it ain't gonna be as simple as a slap. If something happens, we people of Jinghua village will bear it together. The villagers behind the village chief said, right. Well, bear it together. If you dare, say it one more time. At this time, Zhang Yinfeng could only choose to back down. A wise man knows when to retreat. Why can't the villagers in her village be as united as those in Jinghua village? Why couldn't she be a resident of Jinghua village? Zhang Yinfeng walked away with her tail between her legs in disgrace. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanmiao walked amidst the crowd like a hero. Xiaozwang's mom, that slap was so satisfying. What does Zhang Yinfeng think she is, that she can create discord like that? Zhang Yinfeng deserves to be beaten. The village chief walked in front and looked back. What happened today? Let's keep it to ourselves. As if nothing happened, so as not to stress Yang Yang's mother with unnecessary burdens. Village chief, what are you saying? Are we such ignorant people? Exactly, Yang Yang's mother finally found someone good to live with, we can't scare him away. Chapter 605, Shangguan Dihui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _5. The village chief said with relief, if you all think this way, then I am much more at ease. In the Ni family home. After Ni Yang came back from town, she took a spray can and began watering the plants in the courtyard of the new house. While filling the watering can, she revealed a slender and fair wrist. A translucent jade bracelet on her wrist shone brightly under the sun. Ai Tsuehua curiously asked, Yang Yang, when did you buy this bracelet? It's so beautiful. Ni Yang was taken aback for a moment, then she said, I forgot to tell you, this bracelet was given to me by Grandma Lu. Enrich seemed very surprised. This bracelet looks like it's worth a lot. How could you accept such a valuable gift from Grandma Lu? Grandma Lu is a lonely old woman living a difficult life. This bracelet might be the most valuable thing she has. Young explained the situation to Enrich. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Enrich nodded. Since this is a token of affection from Grandma Lu, then you should cherish it. Grandma Lu is alone, so we have to be kind to her in the future. Enrich has never been one to take advantage of others. Now that the bracelet couldn't be removed, all she could do was to treat Grandma Lu even better. Yes, Mom, I understand. Young continued, Oh, Mom, I have something to do tonight, I might have to go out later. Enrich looked a bit perplexed. Going out? It's almost 6 o'clock, where are you going? To town. Young answered. Do you want me to accompany you? It's already very late. Enrich seemed a bit worried. You don't have to. Young shook her head, I can manage on my own. All right then. Enrich proceeded, remember to come home early. Today is the 9th of the lunar month September. If Young remembers correctly, today is the day when the master's eldest apprentice had an accident. Although the master and his wife practice traditional Chinese medicine, they still have an willful son who is fond of the martial arts. Big brother succumbed to his death while working as a bodyguard for a wealthy person, in a confrontation with a gangster. In Yang's memory, these incidents were quite serious. 2 people died then, one being Big Brother, and the other being his employer. In the dim night, Young was biking along the road. Stop the car. Jing Xianjing, who was in the back seat, suddenly told the driver to stop. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately halted the car. I have something to handle, you go back first. Jing Xianjing picked up the beige coat on the back seat, got out of the car, and looked back at the driver. Sure, miss, the driver nodded. Jing Xianjing asked the driver to stop because she saw Mo Baichuan. Having recognized Mo Baichuan as Mr. Mog, she would not miss any opportunity to interact with Mo Baichuan. Brother Baichuan. Jing Xianjing approached him and held Mo Baichuan's arm. Xianjing. Mo Baichuan's gaze shifted from the figure at the end of the street. Jing Xianjing squinted slightly and involuntarily looked in that direction. Upon looking, her pupils contracted slightly. It's her. Yang. The same girl whose hair the dead wife had used for identification. Jing Xianjing hid her appearance well and asked softly, Brother Baichuan, what are you doing here so late? He's waiting for me. Just then, another woman's voice appeared in the air. When Jing Xianjing looked up, she saw a confident woman with heavy makeup. Zhao Jingrong. Why is Zhao Jingrong here too? Jing Xianjing suddenly had a bad feeling. Miss Zhao? With a high-handed attitude, Zhao Jingrong pulled Jing Xianjing's hand off Mo Baichuan's arm, put her own arm around Mo Baichuan's, and smiled a winner's smile. Baichuan, didn't you introduce Miss Jing to me? Mo Baichuan looked at Jing Xianjing and said, This is my girlfriend, Zhao Jingrong. What? What did she just hear? Jing Xianjing's face instantly turned pale. Zhao Jingrong is actually with Mo Baichuan. What the hell is going on? Compared to the slightly tainted Sun Dalian, Zhao Jingrong is much harder to deal with. After all, Zhao Jingrong is a legitimate high-class lady. Brother Baichuan. How could you be with her? Zhao Jingrong gave a slight smile. Excuse me, Miss Zheng, why can't I be with Baichuan? Brother Baichuan. Jing Xianjing looked at Zhao Jingrong. Miss Zhao was once engaged to Uncle Mo. She almost became your aunt. How could you possibly be with her? Besides herself, Jing Xianjing can't accept anyone being with Mo Baichuan. How can it be like this? She went through such great lengths and even spent 30,000 yuan, only to end up benefiting Zhao Jingrong. How can Jing Xianjing accept this? Zhao Jingrong laughed. Miss Zheng, your thinking is quite old-fashioned. The Zheng family is not without resources. Why don't they expose Miss Zheng to the world outside? As you said, I was once engaged to Mo Qishan. Since the engagement was terminated, naturally, men and women can marry whoever they wish. Do I need to inform you, Miss Zheng, who I choose to be with? Or are you saying, Miss Zheng, you have inappropriate thoughts about other people's boyfriends? Zhao Jingrong's last sentence was laced with a mocking smile. She's not easily messed with. It won't be so easy for Zheng Xianjing to try to steal Mo Baichuan from her. Zheng Xianjing's face turned from white to red. She turned her head to look at Mo Baichuan, brother Baichuan. What the hell is going on? Grandma and Grandpa Mo would never approve of you two being together. That's none of your concern. Mo Baichuan broke his silence. He wants to be with Zhao Jingrong. If Mo Qishan can be with Ni Yang, then why can't he be with Zhao Jingrong? Didn't Ni Yang say that she and Mo Qishan truly love each other? He wants to see how long those two can keep up their act. Zheng Xianjing was almost dying of rage. Brother Baichuan, how can you be like this? This is wrong. Baichuan, let's go. Zhao Jingrong looked at Mo Baichuan. Okay. Mo Baichuan nodded. Brother Baichuan. Zheng Xianjing reluctantly clung to Mo Baichuan's clothes. Zhao Jingrong turned around and pried Zheng Xianjing's hands off finger by finger. Miss Zheng, if you still have some dignity left, stop making a spectacle of yourself. Even if you don't care about your reputation, Madame Zheng still does. Zheng Xianjing was shivering with so much anger that she could only watch Zhao Jingrong lead Mo Baichuan away. No. She absolutely cannot lose to Zhao Jingrong. Zheng Xianjing looked at the retreating figures of Zhao Jingrong, her eyes like venom. The nights in September are already a bit chilly, particularly at nightfall. Ni Yang tightened her beige coat as she walked toward the alley up ahead. The silver-white moonlight dusted her body with a layer of radiance. The alley was silent, without even the sound of insects. Ni Yang had already been waiting here for a long time, but there was still no one in sight. Just as she was about to wonder if she had gotten the date wrong, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the alley. Thump, thump, thump. Ni Yang looked up and saw two men in suits rushing towards her. There were no lamps in the alley, but with the help of the moonlight and her exceptional senses, she instantly identified the two figures as the eldest Marshall brother and his employer. Listening to their breaths, one of them was injured. Ni Yang's eyebrows furrowed as she walked briskly forward, removing her obstructive coat as she went. For easier fighting, she hadn't worn a cheongsam today, opting instead for a simple outfit of a white knit top, black trousers, and white sneakers. Smack! She tossed her coat aside, fearlessly moving forward. A breeze stirred her long, elegant hair, and as she passed the two men she whisperingly commanded, "Hurry and run ahead. Don't look back, just leave the rest to me." Chapter 606, A Night of Terror, Snatched from the Jaws of Death, Second Update, _1 Ni Yang's words had just fallen when one of them noticeably hesitated, raising his head to look at Ni Yang. His eyes were sharp as a sword, making it somewhat hard to breathe. In the moonlight, you could vaguely see a pale face. Ni Yang lightly raised her eyebrows. In her past life, she had seen a photo of her senior martial brother. This man was not him. At this moment, a thug armed with a steel pipe suddenly rushed towards them. Under the moonlight, the steel pipe glinted frostily. If one were hit in the head with it, their brains would scatter all over the place. They would be killed on the spot. Ni Yang didn't give the thug a single glance before she suddenly kicked up, hitting the thug's jaw. Bang! The thug's figure instantly fell to the ground, his steel pipe flung into the air by the ruthless force. Ni Yang, seemingly devoid of any thought, casually reached out and accurately caught the steel pipe that was falling from midair. Her actions were incredibly cool. With her back to the moonlight, holding a steel pipe, standing against the light, her silhouette slender, the moonlight draped a layer of purity over her body. She had a strong yet chilling aura about her. Her face was not clearly visible, but people didn't dare to look straight at her, they were awestruck with fear. After that man took a glance at N.I. Young, he quickly averted his eyes and said to the person beside him, "We should leave, quickly." The weakness that he was unable to conceal lingered in his gentle voice. It seemed like he could fall down at any moment. "Okay." The other man nodded, helping the man as they quickly ran towards the alley entrance. At this point, N.I. Young took out a bottle of pills she had on her, and without looking back, she threw it behind her. "Take this with you." The small bottle of pills accurately landed in one man's jacket pocket. The man was slightly stunned, but he didn't stick around. He ran off immediately without looking back. When the thugs saw the men run off, they wanted to give chase, but upon seeing N.I. Young armed with the steel pipe, they hesitated. As they exchanged glances, they saw fear in each other's eyes and nobody dared to pursue them. Just then, a bulky man in his prime forcefully shoved his way through from the back. "Go. What are you all waiting around for? We have so many people, are we scared of a single girl?" Inspired by these words, everyone mustered up some courage to charge along behind the bulky man. Of course. Even with all their numbers, would they be afraid of a single girl? N.I. Young revealed a faint smile. She swung the steel pipe in her hand and simultaneously performed a flawless backspin kick. Her moves were relentless, giving the thug no chance to hesitate. Bang! 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 One by one, the thugs fell to the ground. The remaining people didn't dare to rush forward. They looked at the hefty man and said, "Brother Biao. What do we do?" As Brother Biao got up from the ground, he glanced at the end of the alleyway and then back at N.I. Young. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then bitterly said, "Let's go." Immediately, everyone stumbled to their feet. All the while keeping their gaze on N.I. Young, they retreated before ultimately fleeing in a cloud of dust. It's not wise to chase an adversary when he's at the end of his rope. Moreover, these people are real desperados. It's highly likely there are more people backing them up. N.I. Young is alone and outnumbered. If she carelessly pursued them, she might end up in mortal danger. Now she just needs to ensure that her senior marshal brother and his employer are safe. N.I. Young picked up the coat on the ground and casually put it on. She walked back unhurriedly. The moonlight cast her long shadow on the ground. A black business car was parked outside. You couldn't see the inside of the business car from outside, nor could you hear any noise. The man lying on the plush leather sofa in the back seat was skinny and pale, with a noticeable bleeding wound on his waist. The middle-aged doctor was kneeling beside the man, frowning and saying, "Mr. Duff's condition is very serious at the moment. He needs immediate treatment." Hearing this, a tall man with a bronze complexion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily yelled, "Well then, what are you standing around for? Save Mr. Du now." The driver in the front seat immediately started the engine, hurriedly heading towards the hospital. The doctor continued, "The hospital is 23 kilometers from here, and I'm not sure if Mr. Du can last that long." Damn! The man was furious, grabbing the doctor by the neck. "What use are you then, if Mr. Du keeps you around?" The doctor's face instantly turned pale. Someone immediately interceded for the doctor. "Brother Wang, calm down. Having a doctor is still better than not having one, considering the hospital is so far away." Right. The doctor immediately chimed in, "I can still perform emergency medical treatments for Mr. Du." Only then did Wang Ziki release the doctor. "If anything happens to Mr. Du, you're going down with him." The doctor was frightened, cold sweat was pouring from him and even his hands were shaking. At this moment, Wang Ziki looked as if he remembered something and squinted. "What did you say you didn't have?" No, medicine," the doctor gulped down. "Could you use this?" Wang Ziki pulled out a blue porcelain bottle from his pocket and threw it in front of the doctor. The doctor took the porcelain bottle, opened the lid and smelled it, his face lighting up. "It's Ninglu pill. Sir Du can be saved." With a squint, Wang Ziki asked, "Are you certain Sir Du can use this medicine?" Wang Ziki did not know N.I. Young. Therefore, he did not trust her completely. He dared not rashly use the medicine she gave to Sir Du. What if she was a mole sent by their rivals? Unexpectedly, the medicine she gave really worked. Who really is she? The doctor nodded, confidently stating, "Yes, I am certain. Ninglu pills have cooling, detoxifying, and blood-stopping effects. It perfectly matches Sir Dus' symptoms." Still unsure, Wang Ziki poured a pill from the bottle and handed it to the doctor. "You eat one first." The doctor hesitated. "This Ninglu pill is very precious, priceless. There are only 2 left in this bottle, physician's kindness. To those without illness, this pill is not even as good as a sugar pill. But in front of those suffering from severe diseases, it could save lives. If I tell you to eat it, just eat." Wang Ziki forcibly opened the doctor's mouth and stuffed the Ninglu pill in it. Feeling helpless, the doctor swallowed the pill. Seeing that the doctor swallowed the pill without any reaction, Wang Ziki felt relieved, and then let Sir Du swallow the remaining pill. The effect of the Ninglu pill was very good. After Sir Du swallowed it, the blood from his waist slowly stopped. The doctor started some emergency measures, and in a little while, Sir Du opened his eyes. "Ziki." Sir Du looked at Wang Ziki. "Sir Du." Wang Ziki immediately propped up Sir Du, looking around at the environment and pinching his temples. Sir Du asked, "Was that person arranged by you?" "No." Wang Ziki shook his head. "I didn't expect those bastards would dare to make a move on you. This is not the way home." Sir Du looked out the window. Wang Ziki continued, "You are severely injured. We are going to the hospital now. Go back." "What?" Wang Ziki paused. Still a bit weak, Sir Du leaned against the car door. "Find her." "Who?" Wang Ziki asked, confused. Sir Du squinted his eyes, responded lazily, "The person who saved me tonight." "That person?" Sir Du interrupted Wang Ziki. "Don't worry, she's not from there." Wang Ziki squinted, "But don't you think her appearance was too coincidental? They had encountered danger, and she was just there. In the middle of the night, a young girl. How could she possibly be at such a place? It was clearly a well-prepared move. Her motives are not pure. I've met countless people in my life. She is indeed not simple, but she is not our enemy." After saying this, Sir Du looked towards the driver's seat. "Xiaohu, make a U-turn." "Yes." Xiaohu immediately turned around at the next intersection. Screech. With a harsh brake sound, the car stopped at the entrance of the alley. As it happened, a figure in a beige coat walked past the car. Her hanging black hair covered her features. Sir Dus' pupils narrowed as he slowly straightened up. "Help me out of the car." Wang Ziki immediately assisted Sir Du out of the car. As soon as they got out of the car, the figure got into a black sedan, and its taillights quickly disappeared into the dark night. "Check whose car that is." Sir Du turned to Wang Ziki. "All right." Wang Ziki nodded as he looked in the direction where the taillights disappeared. Chapter 607, Not the Ordinary Grandfather, Shangguan Dehui who proposed. _1 Sijio City isn't particularly large, but it isn't small either. If you're aiming to find out who owns a specific vehicle in just a fleeting glance, you wouldn't find it easy at all. Wang Ziki followed up, saying, "Leave the search to me. Master Du, you're still injured. How about we go back first?" This Master Du was not just any other master. He came from Shanghai. His father was once the big shot in the famed foreign concessions there, so intimidating that even the military officials of that time didn't dare to provoke him. This Master Du also inherited his father's cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness. But sadly, all good things must come to an end. He was born sick and frail. His health wasn't good and even the doctors predicted he wouldn't live past 18. Against all odds, he survived past his 18th birthday and is now 30 years old. A wandering monk said that he must stay in Beijing for a year, and then he would be able to live a healthy life for the rest of his days. Unfortunately, he ran into this trouble soon after his arrival in Beijing. This night was inevitably going to be a sleepless one. By the time Ni Young returned home, it was already past 2 in the morning, but the lights in the house were still on. As soon as she opened the courtyard door, Ni Tsuhua came out from inside. Yang Yang is back. Ni Young was surprised. Mom, why are you still awake? Ni Tsuhua said with a smile, I wasn't sleepy, I was just studying English. Parents' love is a boundless sea. She wasn't not sleepy, she was worried about Ni Young. Ni Young closed the courtyard door. It's already past 2 o'clock. In the future, if I go out, you don't have to wait for me. I am an adult and can take care of myself. Ni Tsuhua nodded, then said, Yang Yang, I've prepared the bath water for you. Go freshen up and sleep soon. Okay, said Ni Young. Mom, you should go to bed soon too. Ni Tsuhua had not only prepared the bath water but also rose petals and milk. Adding rose petals and milk to bath water can make the skin delicate, smooth, and fairer. Ni Young always pays great attention to her skincare routine, and that's why her skin is so great. Although it was late, Ni Young still enjoyed a luxurious rose-infused milk bath. By the time she got into bed, it was already past 3 o'clock. Because she had stayed up late, she didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock the next morning. Yang Yang. As soon as she finished eating, someone outside was calling her. Ni Young ran to open the door, only to see that it was Li Ronghua. After breaking up with Zhou Wenhua, Li Ronghua became more independent and radiant. Sister Ronghua. Yang Yang, are you going into town later? I have the day off today and I want to go shopping in town. If you're going, we can go together. It's always nice for girls to have company, and Ni Young just happened to live in Jinghua village. Yes, Ni Young nodded. But I need to wash my hair first. I'll wait for you. Li Ronghua entered the yard with Ni Young, and asked curiously, your family's new house is decorated so beautifully, when are you going to move in? Speaking of which, Ni Yang's new house had been finished for a while now. Ni Young said, we plan to move in at the end of the year. Just in time to celebrate the new year there. Now that it's just been renovated, the smell inside the house is too strong. It's not good for children. Li Ronghua nodded, yes, Yun at your home is still so small. After washing her hair, Ni Young went to change her clothes. She wore a pink cheongsam. Pink is a color that requires a certain charisma to pull off well. Worn without care, it would overshadow the person. But on Ni Young, the color seemed to lose its shine. She matched it with a pair of beige high heels, which when walked in, exuded a great sense of vigor. The combination of pink and beige conveys a playful sophistication, balancing both vibrancy and innocence. Li Ronghua enviously said, Yang Yang, every cheongsam of yours looks so good. Ni Young laughed, if you want, I have more in my wardrobe. You can pick any you like. 80% of her daily outfit was cheongsams. Li Ronghua replied, no, thanks. Cheongsam is not for everyone. It looks good on you but not necessarily on me. Cheongsam is indeed one of the most demanding outfits. It requires not only a good face but also a good figure and charisma. Although she was pretty, she felt unsophisticated when she wore a cheongsam, unlike Ni Young, who looked naturally graceful. The two took the tram to the city. Now, the business in the restaurant had basically stabilized, so Ni Young didn't go there often. She mainly managed the accounts on scheduled days, evaluated performance, and occasionally would disguise herself as a customer to test the staff's service attitude. Chapter 608, Shangguan Dehui, The Extraordinary Grandpa Proposing for Marriage. _2. So, upon arriving in the city, Ni Young immediately went to a newsstand to buy a newspaper. Having quickly scanned it, Ni Young quietly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no news on the paper about fatalities. It seemed that her eldest brother had successfully evaded a looming disaster. In her past life, after this incident, the entire news industry was in an uproar. The headlines of all major news outlets were about the murder that had taken place in Bottomless Lane. In her master's home, one such piece of news was kept, which Ni Young had glanced at unintentionally. Because it was the last photo left by her brother before he passed away, her master and his wife neither dared to bring it out to look at, nor had the heart to throw it away. Li Ronghua, standing next to Ni Young, remarked, "Yang Yang, I didn't expect you to like reading the news." Ni Young folded the newspaper and put it in her backpack. "I'm just killing time, there's nothing else to do. By the way, Sister Ronghua, I need to go to the bank next, do you want to come?" Li Ronghua nodded, "Sure, I don't have anything else to do either." The two of them went to the bank where Ni Young withdrew 100,000 yuan. At that time, if you were to withdraw more than 10,000, you needed to make an appointment 3 days in advance. Ni Young had made her appointment a few days earlier, so she got her cash quickly. Li Ronghua watched as Ni Young stuffed the cash into her canvas bag, astonished. "Yang Yang, why are you withdrawing so much money?" 100,000 yuan. That's a whole bag of it. This was the first time Li Ronghua had ever seen so much money, and it felt surreal. She was even a bit worried about Ni Young carrying so much cash. What if she got mugged? "To buy a house." Ni Young responded. "Buy a house?" Li Ronghua asked perplexedly, "Why would you want to buy a house? Doesn't your family already own one?" "Investment." Ni Young slung her backpack over her shoulder. "Sister Ronghua, let me tell you, in the future, the real estate prices in Beijing will soar by 10, even 1,000 times, especially for the houses in the city center. Not to mention the city center, even the prices for the houses in Yanjiao, which is next to Beijing, will be speculatively high in the coming years. Unlike now, where buying a house is like buying cabbage. No one even wants to buy one." "Really?" Li Ronghua walked out with Ni Young. "Yang Yang, don't get conned. Isn't it enough to just own a house? What's the point of buying so many?" Li Ronghua had seen people hoarding cabbages for winter, but she had never seen anyone hoarding houses. Ni Young laughed, "It's true. Sister Ronghua, when you get home, tell your parents to invest as much money as they can into real estate. Whoever is capable of buying in the city center should buy there. If that's not feasible, buying in the suburbs is also a great bargain." Li Ronghua scratched her head. This seems a little far-fetched. If she asked her parents to invest all of their savings into real estate, they would definitely refuse. Ni Young carried on, "Sister Ronghua, I'm quite serious. If your parents don't want to buy, I suggest you save up and buy one yourself. The government policy is really good now. As long as you have a regular job, you can apply for an interest-free loan from the bank to buy a house." In early 1983, the government had a poverty alleviation policy that offered interest-free loans. With all the bonuses and salary that Li Ronghua gets, she earns 300 yuan a month, which is even more than the salary of a white-collar worker in later years. The price of a bare shell house in the city center of Beijing is more than 300 yuan per square meter. A 2-bedroom apartment of 80 square meters would only cost a little over 20,000 yuan. With a loan, there wouldn't be much financial stress for Li Ronghua at the moment. But Li Ronghua shook her head after hearing Ni Yang's words. "What? Borrowing money to buy a house? Isn't that asking for trouble? Plus, I don't see the appeal of living in the city. It's like living in a pigeon coop. If I had money, I'd build a big house in the countryside. That would be spacious and comfortable. I could raise chickens if I want to, or ducks if I prefer. City living is so restricting, even having a puppy makes the whole house stink." Ni Yang laughed, "Sister Ronghua, the way you're thinking is wrong. The house you buy now will be your marital property. It'll offer you some security, at least providing you with some bargaining power at your in-laws' place. The most important thing for a woman is to have some premarital property, and to be financially independent." "Premarital property?" Li Ronghua asked, "What's the difference between premarital and postmarital property?" Although she recognized each individual word uttered by Ni Yang, she couldn't understand the meaning when they were combined. Chapter 609, Not the Usual Grandpa, Shangguan Dehui Who Proposed. _3. Ni Yang said, the difference is significant. Premarital property is your individual property, while postmarital property is shared between you and your spouse. If one day your marriage falls apart, you'll have to split the house you bought after marriage, as well as your salary, in half. But the property you owned before marriage is all yours. So many people suffer from not understanding the law. And, so many women have been swindled by worthless men and left destitute. Li Ronghua continued, why is that? So, you're saying if I save money now, after I get married, I'll have to split it evenly with my partner? Ni Yang nodded, exactly, you could also notarize your premarital property. However, I think the safest bet is to buy a house. After all, a house appreciates in value, while money sitting in a bank is dormant. For example, if 2 yuan can buy a kilo of pork now, perhaps 20 or 30 years later, 2 yuan could only buy a popsicle. If 20,000 yuan can buy a house now, you might not be able to purchase one for 2 million yuan later. You spend 20,000 yuan on a house now, and in the future, it could be worth 2 million, or even more. But if you just store your money in the bank, perhaps later you won't even be able to afford a washroom. Li Ronghua was surprised. Yang, is what you said true or false? Will house prices really rise that fast? Ni Yen gave a faint smile, anything is possible. Anyway, Sister Ronghua, rather than keeping your money in the bank, it's better to buy a house. Li Ronghua responded, but I don't have that much money now. Get a loan. Ni Yang said, the current national policy is so good, and you don't even have to pay interest. But I still have to pay back the principal. Li Ronghua said, I just don't like to borrow money. And she always had a feeling that the whole idea of investing in a house seemed a bit far-fetched. People are not gods. Who can foresee what will happen in 20 or 30 years? Maybe in 30 years, the house can't be sold, is worthless, and she has wasted tens of thousands of yuan for nothing. Ni Yang smiled and said, that's something you'll need to decide for yourself. Yang, are you really going to use 100,000 yuan to buy a house? Li Ronghua continued to ask. Ni Yang nodded. Yang, aren't you afraid of losing money? It's not easy to earn money these days. Although Ni Yang had quite a bit of money, Li Ronghua knew that Ni Yang's money didn't come easily. Ni Yang said, Beijing is a first-tier city, and there will always be people in first-tier cities. Where there are people, there needs to be houses. So, Sister Ronghua, rest assured, this investment is guaranteed to turn a profit. Li Ronghua nodded, as long as you've thought it through, Yang. Honestly, Ni Yang grabbed Li Ronghua's arm, Sister Ronghua, you should buy a place too. Li Ronghua shook her head, I better not. Seeing that Li Ronghua was adamant, Ni Yang stopped persuading her. She went to the sales office, bought 5 houses in one go, and then returned. Sister Ronghua, I've basically finished handling my business. Where would you like to go next? Ni Yang looked at Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua said, let's go and get something to eat, I'm kind of hungry. A new food street has just opened up on Yurdist Road. Okay. Ni Yang nodded. The two arrived at the food street. Just like food streets in later years, the stalls lined both sides of the street, and the food street was crowded with people, practically heel to heel. Ni Yang and Li Ronghua bought some stir-fried rice noodles and grilled meat skewers, found a spot and sat down to eat. Wang Meiying, along with Zhou Xiuzhen and Da Qiangzi's mother, were also on the snack street. Today was a day off, and the factory was closed. Wang Meiying caught sight of Li Ronghua eating and couldn't believe her eyes. How dare she, Li Ronghua, to secretly eat out behind Zhou Wenhua's back. By this point, Li Ronghua hadn't been to the Zhou family for nearly 2 months and hadn't given any money to Zhou Wenhua. Last week, when Zhou Wenhua needed 2 yuan to buy study materials, she had to provide it. When she asked her to give Zhou Wenhua 1,000 yuan, she refused. This Li Ronghua, was she still considering marrying into the Zhou family or not? Wang Meiying hardened her face, putting on the demeanor a mother-in-law should have. Xiuzhen, call Li Ronghua over. Since Da Qiangzi's mother was there, she could see how she would reprimand Li Ronghua. Da Qiangzi has yet to marry a wife. But her son was sought after by others who wanted to marry into her family, giving Wang Meiying an air of superiority in front of Da Qiangzi's mother. Chapter 610, Not Your Average Grandpa, The Proposing Shengguan Dehui. _4. As soon as Zhou Xiuzhen heard the 3 words, Li Ronghua, her eyes immediately lit up. Li Ronghua, where is Li Ronghua? Although Zhou Xiuzhen didn't like Li Ronghua, she liked Li Ronghua's money. Every time she ran into Li Ronghua outside, he would buy her a bunch of food to please her, and then he would even give her spending money. Over there, Wang Meiying nodded with her chin. Zhou Xiuzhen immediately stood up. Wait a second, Wang Meiying continued. What's wrong? Zhou Xiuzhen asked, puzzled. Wang Meiying went on, there's a roasted chicken for sale over there, have Li Ronghua buy 2 roasted chickens. Eat 1 here, and take 1 back for your auntie. Your brother Da Qiangzi loves roasted chicken the most. After all, it was Li Ronghua's money being spent, but it was her face that grew long, so Wang Meiying didn't feel the slightest bit sorry. Zhou Xiuzhen nodded, okay mom, I got it. Da Qiangzi's mother asked curiously, who is this Li Ronghua? Wang Meiying said proudly, he's just the girl who's throwing herself at my son. I bet she's made my son angry, that's why she's come after me to ask me to persuade my son to forgive her. Go to Wuxia World. Sight Da Qiangzi's mother said in surprise, which one? Which one is she? I want to see what this girl who's throwing herself at someone looks like. Wang Meiying pointed toward one direction, look, that one over there. Da Qiangzi's mother stood up and looked in that direction. Is it the one wearing the cheongsam? My. That girl is really beautiful. She's so pretty, what could you possibly be unsatisfied with? Hey, why do I feel like I've seen that girl somewhere before? Isn't she the one who was serving noodles in the noodle restaurant last time? Such a beautiful girl, why would she throw herself at Zhou Wenhua? What a waste. Wang Meiying glanced that way, not the one in the cheongsam, the one next to her in the cheongsam. Oh, her. Although Li Ronghua wasn't as pretty as the girl next to her, she was still presentable and stood out among the average maidens and young wives. What a shame she had thrown herself at someone. Da Qiangzi's mother was puzzled, then said, that girl in the cheongsam must be good friends with the one who's throwing herself at your son, right? Probably, Wang Meiying nodded, so young and dressed so flirtatiously, you can tell she's no good. Dressing up in a cheongsam. Does she think she's in a TV drama or something? Da Qiangzi's mother continued, a young girl looking good, with a nice figure, looks good in anything. Wang Meiying took a sip of tea. People's hearts are like their bellies, who knows what kind of person she really is. That Li Ronghua too, really. Hanging out with that kind of person, eating food together, isn't she afraid of losing Wenhua's face? When she comes over, I have to give her a good lecture. Da Qiangzi's mother said, by the way, wasn't there a rumor last time that your Wenhua had found a suitable girlfriend from a matching family? Why is this girl still clinging on to Wenhua? Wang Meiying snorted softly, shameless. Just watch, Da Qiangzi's mom, when she sees me later, just watch how she'll try to please me, asking me to persuade Wenhua to get back together with her. Da Qiangzi's mother nodded. The more Wang Meiying thought about it, the more smug she felt, and she quickly finished a glass of water. Zhou Xiuzhen approached the 2 sister-in-law. Ni Yang was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at Li Ronghua. Seeing the Zhou family again made Li Ronghua's complexion change. Before she could speak, Zhou Xiuzhen reached for the roasted chicken leg on the plate. Li Ronghua was so stingy. Hiding here, eating roasted chicken legs all by herself. Was she not afraid of offending her future sister-in-law? She hadn't had meat in such a long time. She was really craving it. Luckily, she ran into Li Ronghua here. Just as Zhou Xiaoshen's hand was reaching for the roasted chicken leg, it was picked up by Li Ronghua, leaving Zhou Xiuzhen grabbing at nothing. She looked at Li Ronghua, puzzled, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Li Ronghua said calmly, "I'm not your sister-in-law. I've already broken up with Zhou Wenhua. If you want to eat a roasted chicken leg, let Su Ziqin buy it for you." Zhou Xiuzhen felt as if she had heard the biggest joke. Break up? Li Ronghua would break up with Zhou Wenhua? How could that be possible? Who didn't know how much Li Ronghua loved Zhou Wenhua, to the point of death and life? Li Ronghua, what kind of fit are you throwing? Zhou Xiuzhen couldn't even bother to pretend. Was it my brother who dumped you, and you're angry about it? Don't worry, as long as you have me, your future sister-in-law here, I will definitely persuade my brother to change his mind. Although you're uneducated, not as pretty as Zijin, and from a less distinguished family than Zijin. But after all, you've been with my brother for so many years, if not for contributions then for the hard work. Rest assured, I will definitely speak well of you to my brother and persuade him not to dump you. Now, hand over the roasted chicken leg, I want to eat it. Oh, and I'm out of money, give me some spending money. Chapter 611, Not Your Typical Grandpa, The Proposing Shangguan Dehui. _5. The Zhou family had become accustomed to treating Li Ronghua like a fool. They also took Li Ronghua's contributions for granted. Li Ronghua sneered. So, the old her could be bullied by even a 13-year-old child. Apparently, she was even more inferior to a 13-year-old. Li Ronghua's hands, holding the plate, were trembling. Besides anger, there was only anger in her heart. She wasn't sure how to react. Ni Yang gave a slight smile, turning her eyes to Zhou Xiuzhen. "Little girl, you're not young either, your understanding should be fine, right? Sister Ronghua has made it so clear, do you still want to bring shame on yourself here?" Zhou Xiuzhen, although young, blurted out in her anger, "Li Ronghua, the type that throws herself at people and ends up owing them favors, how could she possibly decide to break up with my brother? My brother is a university graduate. She is just an illiterate who only graduated from elementary school." Ni Yang couldn't figure out what kind of family could raise such a child. Though Zhou Xiuzhen was young, every word she uttered was cutting, and extremely unpleasant to hear. Ni Yang wasn't a saint, and she certainly wouldn't hold back on pointing out Zhou Ziqin's flaws just because she was young. If you don't prune a young tree, it would not grow straight. A naughty child deserved to be disciplined. Go to Wuxia World. Sight Ni Yang gave a slight smile, picked up the last chicken leg from the plate and threw it in front of the stray dog beside the table. "Little girl, do you see that? Sister Ronghua would rather give this chicken leg to a stray dog than to you. Also, as for your brother, even if he begged Ronghua, she would not even spare him a glance." Watching her beloved chicken leg being thrown away and gulped down by a stray dog in a few bites, Xiuzhen couldn't stand it anymore and burst into tears. If Zhou Xiuzhen had started crying in the past, Li Ronghua would have been terrified and hurried to comfort her immediately. Zhou Xiuzhen exactly had this in mind. As Li Ronghua's future sister-in-law, would Li Ronghua bear to see her cry? Seeing Zhou Xiuzhen crying so sadly, Li Ronghua couldn't help but give her a sympathetic look. When she first met Zhou Xiuzhen, she was only 8 or 9 years old. She had watched Zhou Xiuzhen grow up. Ni Yang patted Li Ronghua's hand. Li Ronghua immediately put away her sympathy. That's right. The Zhou family did not deserve her sympathy at all. Zhou Xiuzhen, crying and looking at Li Ronghua and seeing that she had no reaction, angrily said, "Li Ronghua, you're done for. My mom is here today. I'm going to tell her. I'll make her hate you. I'll make sure you never step foot into our Zhou family's door again. You just wait, you wait and see. Kids are like that. They love to tattle, and they always say, you just wait." Zhou Xiuzhen ran towards Wang Meiying while wiping her tears. Li Ronghua looked at Ni Yang. "Yang, let's go." In the end, she still lacked the courage to face the Zhou family. Ni Yang held Li Rongyang's hand. "Sister Ronghua, don't run away from what you need to face. Moreover, you are not the one in the wrong in this matter." Zhou Xiuzhen actually ran back crying, which was something Wang Meiying had not expected at all. In her imagination, Li Ronghua should have come to apologize to her humbly, with 2 roasted ducks in her hands. Unexpectedly, Li Ronghua dared to upset Zhou Xiuzhen. Did she still respect her, her future mother-in-law? Zhou Xiuzhen vilified Li Ronghua while sobbing, "Mom, that bad woman is too much. She threw the chicken leg to a stray dog, not even giving me a bite." Wang Meiying was busy comforting Zhou Xiuzhen. "Xiuzhen, don't cry. I will take you to that wretched girl. I will make her buy 10 roasted chicken legs for you. I will make her apologize to you." "Really?" Zhou Xiaoshen's eyes lit up. Wang Meiying said, "Of course it's true. Would that wretched girl dare not listen to me? Let's go. Then I won't get involved." Daqiang's mother chose to avoid it, as this was someone else's family affair, and it wasn't appropriate for her to intervene. But Wang Meiying, intent on showing Daqiang's mother how she hustles, how awesome her son was, wouldn't let her leave at this point. Wang Meiying pulled Daqiang's mother. "Daqiang's mother, don't leave. Come with me. Let's see how I discipline that wretched girl. You are about to have a future daughter-in-law yourself, you can learn from me how to be a mother-in-law." "Okay then." Daqiang's mother had no choice but to trail after Wang Meiying. The 3 of them walked towards Li Ronghua. Wang Meiying said with satisfaction, "Daqiang's mother, in a while, you can see what a bootlicker that wretched girl is. She'll do anything to be with my cultured son. Even if she were asked to eat shit, she would do it without hesitation." Chapter 612, Not Just Any Grandpa, The Proposing Shengguan Dehui. _6. Li Ronghua is just that low. Who asked for their son to be so capable? Wang Meiying, striding confidently while leading Zhou Xiuzhen, arrived in front of Li Ronghua. She didn't speak. Because she knew, Li Ronghua would definitely have his face set in a frown, take the initiative to call her auntie, and then she would give her a good scolding. Let Daqiangzi's mom see just how graceful she really is. But what Wang Meiying didn't expect was, Li Ronghua acted as if he didn't see her coming, still chatting and laughing with Ni Yang at his side. So bold. This Li Ronghua is really so bold. How dare he ignore her like this? But Li Ronghua probably wasn't that bold, maybe he just didn't see her coming. Wang Meiying straightened her back and coughed loudly. Now Li Ronghua should have heard, right? Go to Wuxia World. Sight next, she would see Li Ronghua's submissive demeanor. Wang Meiying held her head high, extremely proud of herself. After waiting a little while, Daqiangzi's mom was starting to feel a bit awkward, but Li Ronghua still had no reaction. Daqiangzi's mom glanced at Wang Meiying, her eyes extremely complex, making Wang Meiying's face feel a little difficult to sustain. What exactly is going on with Li Ronghua today? Wang Meiying didn't wait any longer and spoke up directly. Li Ronghua, what's with you? Didn't you see Xiuzhen and I coming? Sitting there like a statue. And, what's this about not giving Xiuzhen chicken legs to eat? You better hurry up and apologize to Xiuzhen, and then go buy 10 chicken legs for her. Wang Meiying spoke righteously as if Li Ronghua owed her something. Only then did Li Ronghua stop talking, turning his head to look at Wang Meiying. Lady, do you have any manners at all? Am I familiar with you? You're shouting here like no one else is around. At your age, I would expect better. How can you act so uneducated? Also, the chicken legs I bought, if I want to feed them to a dog, I'll feed them to a dog. Why should I feed them to someone who's worse than a dog? Wang Meiying was dumbfounded. She never expected Li Ronghua to talk to her like this. Is this an illusion? Shouldn't Li Ronghua be apologizing to her on his knees, admitting his fault? What on earth is going on? Daqiangzi's mom was also a bit baffled. This was not what Wang Meiying had described. This girl had spirit and character, how could she seem so desperate? Li Ronghua. Look carefully at who I am. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you still want to be with my son or not? Wang Meiying brought out her last trump card, knowing Li Ronghua couldn't live without Zhou Wenhua. When it comes to Zhou Wenhua, Li Ronghua would do anything shameless. Your son. Li Ronghua scoffed, that freeloader of a son you have, even if he throws himself at me, I wouldn't want him. Since I've bumped into you today, please go back and pass the message to your son, tell him to repay the money as soon as possible. Save me the trouble of finding him at his school, and sparing him some embarrassment. At the last sentence, Li Ronghua glanced nervously at Ni Yang. He saw Ni Yang giving him an encouraging look. Li Ronghua instantly calmed down. Thank goodness Ni Yang was here today, or else he really wouldn't know how to deal with the situation. Wang Meiying's entire face turned white with rage, cursing out loud, "You little slut. A cheap tramp who pays her way, when has my son ever owed you money? What on earth is going on with Li Ronghua today? Is he possessed?" Wang Meiying was both angry and panicked. Although Zhou Wenhua had told her a month ago that he had broken up with Li Ronghua, Wang Meiying hadn't taken it to heart. In her mind, Li Ronghua surely couldn't bear to leave her son, that's why she was so bold in seeking out Li Ronghua, she hadn't thought. Reality dealt her a heavy blow. Li Ronghua took out an IOU from her bag. Just because your son has lived off me for so many years, do you think he doesn't need to repay? Do you see this? It's written here in black and white. Oh right, there's even your son's fingerprint here. If you don't believe it, you can always call the police. Let them handle it. The instant Wang Meiying saw the IOU, she was scared. She was truly scared this time. Of course, she knew Zhou Wenhua had been mooching off Li Ronghua all these years, but she didn't know that Zhou Wenhua had actually written an IOU. When was this IOU written? 1,000 yuan. How could her family repay this? With this thought, Wang Meiying's face stiffened as she sarcastically looked at Li Ronghua. "Ronghua, we're all family here. What's all this talk about repaying debts so impersonal? Did you upset Wenhua again? Don't worry, as long as Auntie's here, Wenhua won't dare get mad at you. You're the daughter-in-law I've agreed on in my heart. Come on, give the IOU back to Auntie. I'll keep it safe for you." Chapter 613, Not the Common Grandpa, Shangguan Dehui who proposed. _7 Wang Meiying's face changed as quickly as turning a page in a book. She gave off completely different vibes at the start and at the end. This time, Li Ronghua wouldn't be fooled again, hell no. Who said we're a family? Go back and tell your son, if he doesn't pay back the money, the whole school will know he is a freeloader. Daqiang's mom's face looked particularly interesting. She had thought that Zhou Wenhua was a capable man. That he could even attract young girls to take care of his expenses. Turned out he's just a scam artist. A college student at that. So embarrassing. Daqiang's mom glances at Wang Meiying. "Wenhua's mom, I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave and go back first." The surrounding crowd looked interestingly at Wang Meiying while chattering about her. A freeloading man. What a disturbing reputation. Wang Meiying is a face-conscious person, and under this circumstance, all her face was lost. She immediately grabbed onto Zhou Xiuzhen and made their way through the crowd to leave. Go to Wuxia World. Sight looking just like a lost dog. Zhou Xiuzhen was still insisting on having roasted chicken legs and had no intention of leaving. "Mom, you lied to me. Didn't you say that Li Ronghua would buy me 10 roasted chicken legs?" She still didn't understand what was going on. How could Li Ronghua turn hostile just like that? Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Will eating lead you to death? You lazy bum. Wang Meiying slapped Zhou Xiuzhen right across the face. Stunned by the slap, Zhou Xiuzhen covered her face. She didn't even dare to cry out loud and quietly followed behind Wang Meiying. How upset Wang Meiying felt. She didn't gain the upper hand, became a laughing stock in front of Daqiang's mom, and ended up with a debt of 1,000 yuan. When did Li Ronghua, the fool, become so smart? How capable her son is. Just wait for it. Li Ronghua will have regrets one day. Wang Meiying consoled herself inwardly. After Wang Meiying and Zhou Xiuzhen left, Li Ronghua turned to look at Nian. Yang, thanks. I'm really grateful for your help today. The words she used to confront Wang Meiying were taught by Nian. If she had to face Wang Meiying and Zhou Xiuzhen alone, she wouldn't know where to start or what to say. Nian smiled and said, "It's okay. Sister Ronghua, you performed really well today. If you run into them in the future, that's the way to confront them. There's no need to be polite with such people." Li Ronghua nodded. After they finished their meal, they prepared to head back. As they were on their way to the station, a luxurious car came to a stop beside them. The car window was rolled down slowly, revealing a handsome face. It was Wu Daming. Sister-in-law. Wu Daming. Nian looked at him with surprise. "Didn't your friend mention you were out of town? How come you're back so soon?" Wu Daming responded, "I just got back today. By the way, sister-in-law, where are you and this older sister heading to? I can give you a ride." Nian politely declined with a smile. "It's okay, we're just going to take the tram back." Wu Daming, "Anyway, I'm free. If my elder brother finds out that I saw you but let you return by tram, he'll definitely break my legs." Nian gave a slight smile. "Rest assured, I promise not to tell him. Sister-in-law, just get in. I've got nothing to do today anyway." Wu Daming hopped out of the car and opened the door for Nian. Since Wu Daming had already spoken up to this point, if Nian were to reject his offer further, it would seem like she was being pretentious. Nian and Li Ronghua took a seat in the back. Seeing a bit of dust on the dashboard, Wu Daming turned his head towards Li Ronghua. "Could you pass me the duster from the back seat?" Li Ronghua reached out, grabbed the duster, and handed it to Wu Daming. "Here you go, Grandpa." "What?" Wu Daming was taken aback and asked, "What did you call me?" "Grandpa. He's in his prime, how can he be a grandpa so soon?" "Grandpa. You called me older sister, so why can't I call you Grandpa?" Li Ronghua looked at Wu Daming. Wu Daming pointed at himself, was so excited that he lost his words. Am I that old?" He was still unmarried this year. "Am I that old?" Li Ronghua glared at him. "You actually had the nerve to call me older sister." Wu Daming seemed all right with his decent appearance. And he was so bad at talking. "I'm 23 this year." Wu Daming declared his age. Li Ronghua was almost pissed off. A man who was merely a year older than her was calling her older sister. Seeing that the argument was about to escalate, Nian smiled and said, "Daming, Sister Ronghua is 22 this year." Wu Daming shrugged. "She looks too mature for her age." Nian, now she finally knew why Wu Daming, despite being mature, still couldn't find a girlfriend. This wasn't just some straight talker. This was a straight talker with a drill. Li Ronghua leaned back on the seat, turned her head, and ignored Wu Daming. Wu Daming involuntarily rubbed his head. This woman is really weird. And she's mad now. Whoever marries her will have rotten luck for 100 generations. He knew he shouldn't have saved her that night. As the car sped along the highway, after a while, Wu Daming, as if remembering something, blurted out, "All right, sister-in-law, thanks for the birthday gift." When he received the birthday gift from Nian, Wu Daming was astounded. He never thought that Nian would remember his birthday after he had casually mentioned it that day, let alone buying him the Nikon FM2 camera that he had always wanted. Sister-in-law is indeed his true sister-in-law. Nian laughed and said, "You're welcome. By the way, do you know Brother Mo's birthday?" "Of course." Wu Daming continued, "My elder brother's birthday is on November 14th of the lunar calendar. Are you preparing a gift for him?" Nian nodded. "Promise me to keep it a secret." Wu Daming nodded hastily. I understand. I understand it all." How romantic. In this era, romantic was a popular term. It means to be romantic. At the same time, in a cafe in Beijing. Sitting across from Shangguan Dehui were Ni Tsuehua and little Ni Yun. Shangguan Dehui had initially assumed that he would face communication barriers with Ni Tsuehua, considering she had grown up in a village and had never gone to school. But to his surprise, Ni Tsuehua was just as knowledgeable as he was. There was no communication barrier between them at all. Dia. Shangguan Dehui held the prepared red velvet box in his hand hesitatingly and finally broke the silence. What is it? Ni Tsuehua looked up at Shangguan Dehui. Shangguan Dehui felt his palms were getting sweaty, and the prepared words slipped from his mind. His breathing started growing dense. Dia. Ni Tsuehua put down her cup and laughed. What's up? You can tell me. Shangguan Dehui gritted his teeth, collected all his nervousness, and set the red velvet box in front of Ni Tsuehua. Dia, please give me a chance to take care of you. Chapter 6:14, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _1 There was a diamond ring in the red velvet box. Under the light, the diamond ring dazzled with blinding brilliance. Gathering his courage, Shangguan Dehui stood up from the chair and knelt on one knee. Comrade Dia, Chairman Mao said that any courtship which doesn't lead to marriage is hooliganism. I heard that young people nowadays propose on their knees, so please allow me the opportunity to take care of you. Shangguan Dehui was very nervous, holding the diamond ring, his hand was trembling. Ni Tsuehua was stunned, her mind blank. She had not expected Shangguan Dehui to make such a move. Was he proposing marriage? Ni Tsuehua had never experienced something like this in her life. In her earlier years, she did not even have a decent wedding ceremony. Now she had a surprisingly ceremonious marriage proposal in front of her. Looking at Shangguan Dehui kneeling on the ground, Ni Tsuehua's eyelids turned a bit red. Her heart was beating rapidly. She wasn't made of wood. Through their time together and their meeting in their youth, she had indeed developed unusual affection for Shangguan Dehui. But could she accept Shangguan Dehui's proposal? Go to Wuxia World. Sight she knew that Shangguan Dehui came from a distinguished family, and was a university professor with superior family conditions. But she didn't even have a primary school graduation certificate. The disparity between them was too great. And Ni Yang, she hadn't communicated with him about this. Would Ni Yang agree? Then there was little Ni Yun, he was still so young. Although Shangguan Dehui would accept little Ni Yun, would Shangguan Dehui's family accept her? At Ni Tsuehua's age, it wasn't that if they had love they could be together. She had many issues to consider. For a moment, Ni Tsuehua felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Dia, you should trust in me. I promise to treat you well in the future. Shangguan Dehui seemed to see Ni Tsuehua's hesitation and continued, as for Yang, she agrees with us being together. As for my family and my children, they absolutely will not interfere with my personal feelings. Madame Shangguan was not an unreasonable person. And both Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were good children. Shangguan Dehui was confident that he could give Ni Tsuehua a happy life. Upon hearing his words, Ni Tsuehua was startled. Yang, she? Shangguan Dehui continued to explain, I talked to her a month ago. Yang is a good child. She said she hopes you are happy. She does not oppose us being together. Therefore, you should not have any psychological burden, leave all the problems to me. We have already missed the first half of our lives, I do not want to miss the second half as well. Ni Tsuehua didn't expect that Shangguan Dehui had already discussed this matter with Ni Yang. Knowing that Ni Yang did not object, she felt much more relaxed. Shangguan Dehui was a very good man. He treated her well, and was good to both Ni Yang and little Ni Yun. In her youth, Ni Tsuehua didn't know what love felt like. She didn't expect to experience the flavor of love at middle age. However, would the huge difference between them really be no problem? Ni Tsuehua looked at Shangguan Dehui, her hands tightly clasped together, and began speaking seriously. Comrade Shangguan Dehui, do you know my personal situation? Shangguan Dehui didn't react for a moment. Enai Tsuhua continued, I was born in the countryside. I have no education, I haven't even stepped half a foot into a school. A year ago, I couldn't even recognize half a word. Regarding her past, Enai Tsuhua didn't want to hide anything. If it was black, it was black. If it was white, it was white. I know all of it. Shangguan Dehui continued, Dia, during this time together, I haven't felt that there are any language barriers between us. You are a very excellent person. If you were to ask me, it's me who isn't worthy of you. I hope you'll seriously consider our feelings. In life, you only get one shot. If we miss this chance, I fear we may only see each other in the next life. He was not the cowherd, Enai Tsuehua was not the weaver girl. Their relationship didn't span across the Milky Way and there were no heavenly laws or the Queen Mother impeding them. With peace and stability in this age, lovers should consummate their love. Enai Tsuehua bit her lip. She was hesitating. She was scared. At this moment, a small white hand reached out and picked up the diamond ring from the velvet box. Mommy, wear it. Enai Yang had previously bought a gold ring for Enai Tsuehua, and little Enai Yun often held it to help Enai Tsuehua wear it, even playing with it as a toy. So, she was familiar with rings. Chapter 6:15, Agreed to be together, visit parents, guests from afar. _2. Enai Tsuehua didn't expect little Enai Yun to suddenly pick up the ring, let alone, that ring was accurately put on her finger. Seeing the ring on Enai Tsuehua's hand, little Enai Yun started to laugh happily. Pretty. Mom, pretty. The happy ones were not only little Enai Yun, but also Shangguan Dehui. He lifted his head and looked at Enai Tsuehua seriously. Comrade Dia, consider this as your agreement. Enai Tsuehua's face turned red for a moment. You should get up first. The restaurant. Enai Tsuehua was about to say that there were many people in the restaurant and it would bother them, but when she looked up, to her surprise, the restaurant was completely empty, except for their table. There were no other guests. Enai Tsuehua was not aware that Shangguan Dehui had booked the entire restaurant for the successful proposal. Shangguan Dehui was overjoyed. He couldn't restrain his inner wild selves and lifted Enai Tsuehua up. Dia. Tell me. I am not dreaming. Enai Tsuehua exclaimed, quickly put me down. Unlike Shangguan Dehui, Enai Tsuehua was always a very conservative person. Even though she had previous experiences in M country, when she was the subject of the situation, she still felt a little embarrassed. Although Beijing was very open at this time and many young couples holding hands could be seen on the street, hugging like this was still quite rare. Fearing to scare her again, Shangguan Dehui let go of her. Comrade Dia, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Enai Tsuehua slipped off the ring. I can't accept this ring for now, it's too valuable. Go to Wuxia World. Site in the countryside, only when engaged would such a valuable gift be given. She and Shangguan Dehui hadn't met their parents yet. Accepting such a valuable thing from him made Enai Tsuehua a little uneasy. Shangguan Dehui said, keep it. The diamond ring is a promise, a testament, a commemoration, and a witness to our feelings. It's too valuable. Enai Tsuehua was a little hesitant. Shangguan Dehui put the ring back on Enai Tsuehua's hand. What's valuable or not, we're going to be family sooner or later anyway. Enai Tsuehua, it hadn't started yet, but she already felt a little overwhelmed by Shangguan Dehui. After eating, Shangguan Dehui took Enai Tsuehua and little Enai Yun to watch a movie. Afterwards, they went to the amusement park. The amusement park at this time didn't have as many amusements as in the later ages. There were only some simple facilities inside, such as slides, seesaws, carousels, etc. Little Enai Yun slid down and climbed up the slide, playing very happily. Enai Tsuehua stood outside the barrier. Yun, be careful. There were many people around, but her hand was quietly held by someone. Enai Tsuehua was initially startled, and then she turned her head to see Shangguan Dehui's face. The three of them played outside until after 5 in the evening when Shangguan Dehui drove Enai Tsuehua home. When Shangguan Dehui returned to the Shangguan family, it was already after 7 in the evening. When he returned, the old lady Shangguan was still sitting in the dining room waiting for him to have dinner. "Mom, you don't have to wait for me to come back for dinner in the future." Shangguan Dehui sat down in a good mood. Old lady Shangguan laughed. "It's okay, anyway, Mom doesn't have anything to do when she's alone at home." Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Su had their own jobs, and they seldom came home. Even Shangguan Dehui lived in the school most of the time and only came home on weekends. Today happened to be Saturday, so the old lady Shangguan was waiting for Shangguan Dehui to have dinner together. Old lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Dehui. "Dehui, what about the thing you told me last time? What happened now?" Shangguan Dehui naturally knew what the old lady Shangguan was referring to, nodded and said, We have confirmed our relationship now." Old lady Shangguan was surprised. "Really?" Shangguan Dehui nodded. Old lady Shangguan continued, "Where's the girl from? What's her name? What's the situation now?" Shangguan Dehui said, "Mom, you know her too." "I do?" Old lady Shangguan was stunned. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Old lady Shangguan's face suddenly turned cold. "Is it Lin Fong?" "It's not her." Shangguan Dehui shook his head. "Then who could it be?" Shangguan Dehui had kept himself clean for years. He never had much contact with any woman. Old lady Shangguan really couldn't guess who it could be. "Who is it? Don't keep your mother in suspense." Chapter 616, Agreed to be together, meet the parents, guests from afar. _3. "It's Daya," Shangguan Dehui answered. Upon hearing this, a momentary silence filled the air. After a short pause, Lady Shangguan asked, "Dehui, you're not joking with me, are you?" Years ago, Shangguan Dehui had been driven to the brink of madness in his search for Daya, his love at first sight. It was only after Lady Shangguan stepped in, threatening Shangguan Dehui with her life, that he finally agreed to marry Su Fun, who was from a family of equal social standing. After his marriage, Shangguan Dehui had completely changed. Withdrawing his wild habits, he devoted himself to his studies, and successfully completed his postgraduate and doctoral studies, even becoming a professor. So, Lady Shangguan had no particular fondness for Daya, whom she had never met. If it hadn't been for Daya, they, mother and son, might have been driven to a complete break. For a moment, Lady Shangguan even believed that Shangguan Dehui was purposely trying to provoke her. "I have indeed found Daya," Shangguan Dehui said with a serious expression. Lady Shangguan put down her chopsticks. "Even if you have found Daya, so many years have passed. She's probably married by now. You're not considering breaking up her family, are you?" "Absolutely not. I won't allow it. The Shangguan family is prestigious. Shangguan Dehui is the head of the family, and he can't possibly consider breaking up someone else's family. Mother, don't worry. Like me, Daya is currently single," Shangguan Dehui replied. "Go to Wuxia World. Site, really?" Lady Shangguan expressed her doubt. "Really?" Shangguan Dehui nodded. "So what's her current situation?" Shangguan Dehui went on to say, "Her name's Enrich. She's 37 this year. She divorced her husband a year ago and is now raising 2 children. The elder daughter is 18 years old, the younger is 1 year and 5 months. The younger daughter is that young. So, does she have any connection left with her husband?" Lady Shangguan continued to question. "You don't need to worry about that. There is no contact between them at all," Shangguan Dehui replied. Lady Shangguan kept her opinions to herself for the time being. What about her family? What do they do? Their background is very clean. They are farmers by birth, and are now running their own business in the city. In this era, being a farmer is the most transparent background. And Lady Shangguan doesn't have any prejudice towards those who run their own business. As long they earn their living honestly and don't indulge in theft or robbery, there's nothing disgraceful about it. Living by their own means is excellent. I just don't know whether Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi would accept a sister who is 20 years younger than them. The main issue is that the child is too young. That means Ni Tsuehua was already divorced from her husband while still in confinement. What on earth must have happened in a family to make a woman decide to divorce while she was still in confinement? And Ni Tsuehua is a woman from the countryside. Shangguan Dehui added, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi are good children. You don't have to worry about them. When did you meet Dia? Lady Shangguan continued her inquiry. A little over a month ago, on the mountain trip. Dia was the one who saved me. What? The words took Lady Shangguan by surprise. Yes, she was the one who saved me, Shangguan Dehui nodded and confirmed. Lady Shangguan said, if that's the case, I won't interfere with your relationship anymore. When you have the time, bring her home so that we can all have a look at her. If she's suitable, you should set the wedding date as soon as possible. Both of you are not getting any younger. Children and grandchildren have their own karma. If she interfered too much, she would only become annoying. As long as the woman's character is better than Lin Fang's, that's good enough. She had already had a fight with Shangguan Dehui over Dia once before. If she made a fuss about it again, she was afraid she might completely lose this son of hers. Shangguan Dehui nodded, all right. I'll discuss it with her. After Ni Tsuehua returned, she immediately told Ni Yang about the proposal. Upon hearing this, Ni Yang hugged Ni Tsuehua, Mom, I want you to be happy. If Uncle Shangguan can bring you happiness, then I will support your relationship. Yang, Ni Tsuehua hugged Ni Yang, choking with emotion, thank you. It must have been the good deeds of her past life that allowed her to have such an understanding daughter like Ni Yang. At dinner, Ni Qinggui, who was sitting beside Ni Tsuehua, was the first to notice the diamond ring on her hand. Mother Ni, are you going to have a good news soon? A blush crawled onto Ni Qihua's face. Sister Qinggui. Ni Qinggui laughed and said, what's so embarrassing about getting married? It's a normal thing. When are you planning to hold the wedding banquet? Chapter 617, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _4. At this, Ni Tsuehua became even more embarrassed. Ni Qinggui then said, Yang Yang's mom, honestly, you and Shangguan Dehui are perfect for each other. I've known for a long time that you two would get together one day. Perhaps it was truly fate. The first time she saw Shangguan Dehui, she felt he and Ni Tsuehua inexplicably matched very well. Ni Tsuehua said, Sister Qinggui, if you come across someone suitable, you can also. Ni Qinggui took a sip of her soup. I haven't encountered anyone suitable, right? If there is someone suitable around you, you could also introduce me. She truly considered Ni Tsuehua as a sister, so her words were heartfelt. Ni Tsuehua nodded in agreement. The Shangguan family. The old lady Shangguan was watering the flowers in the garden. Shangguan Furong came over, taking the watering can from her mother's hand. Mom, what's the matter with you today? In a bad mood? No. Old lady Shangguan shook her head in denial. Shangguan Furong continued, are you worried about my brother's situation? Go to Wuxia World. Sight as soon as the words fell, Shangguan Furong added, Mom, actually Lin Fang is really nice. The incident last time was just a misunderstanding. Why must you stick to it? My brother finally found someone he likes. Why break them up? These days, Shangguan Furong had met with Lin Fang quite a few times. Her impression of Lin Fang and her daughter was actually quite good. The key was Lin Fang was easy to handle and presentable. She won't bring disgrace to the Shangguan family, nor disgrace to her. Old lady Shangguan glanced at Shangguan Furong. You should stop thinking about Lin Fang. Why? Old lady Shangguan said, because your brother already has someone. Shangguan Furong was so startled that the watering can dropped from her hand. Mom, you're not joking with me, right? My brother has someone so quickly? Who introduced them? How come I didn't hear a thing? When introducing Lin Fang to Shangguan Dehui, old lady Shangguan had once asked for her opinion. Now this was great. She was completely bypassed. This made Shangguan Furong feel somewhat unable to cope, temporarily. Old lady Shangguan laughed, "Not just you. I also found out yesterday." Shangguan Furong went on to ask, "Who is she? Do I know her? What's her family's situation?" "It's Daya." Old lady Shangguan turned to look at Shangguan Furong. "Furong, Daya has returned." "Daya?" Shangguan Furong asked in disbelief. "Mom, is it that Daya?" Old lady Shangguan nodded. Daya had actually returned. After so many years. Shangguan Furong never dreamed that she would actually see the woman of Shangguan Dihui's dreams, whom he yearned for day and night. Since Daya is back, does that mean Lin Fong has no hope? Shangguan Furong asked. Even if Daya didn't come back, Lin Fong would have no hope. Old lady Shangguan answered, "Furong, if you have time, you should pay more attention to Ziqing and Zijuan." Ziqing and Zijuan are the children of Shangguan Furong. Old lady Shangguan's words were hinting that Shangguan Furong had overstepped her boundaries, but Shangguan Furong was too overwhelmed by the surprise to detect the secondary meaning in old lady Shangguan's words. "Mom, don't worry, Ziqing and Zijuan are behaving well," said Shangguan Furong. "By the way, Mom, what is Daya doing now?" If her memory serves her right, Daya was just a simple country girl all those years ago. Old lady Shangguan said tersely, "She divorced her husband over a year ago and is now raising 2 children. The eldest is 18, the youngest is 1 year and 5 months old. According to Dehui, she seems to be running a business in the city." Since she had agreed to their union, everything else she said now was unnecessary. This news made Shangguan Furong explode in shock. What, she has 2 kids? And she is a small business owner. My goodness. Has my brother gone mad? Shangguan Furong is utterly conscious of her face. The fact that her brother's wife is less than reputable caused her extreme discomfort. A small business owner? Doesn't being a small business owner tarnish her glossy image? What's wrong with being a small business owner? Small business owners also make a living by their own efforts. Furong, it's disappointing, for someone who has received higher education, to have such low level of awareness. And also, children are not burdens. If children are burdens, then what are Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi? Although old lady Shangguan had her reservations about Daya, she made distinctions clear. She did not have anything against the profession of small business owners. Chapter 618, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _5. Self-employed people earn their living with their own skills. They should not be underestimated. When it came to this point, old lady Shangguan continued, "The last time your brother went on a mountain trip and encountered danger, it was Daya who saved him. Furong, we Shangguan family members should learn to repay kindness." "Repaying kindness means pushing my brother out?" Shangguan Furong retorted. "This is your brother's own decision," retorted old lady Shangguan. "Mom, don't you dislike Daya either? Why suddenly agree to this?" Shangguan Furong continued to question. Old lady Shangguan had never met Daya before. But considering the big fuss back then, it would be strange if old lady Shangguan actually liked Daya. She remembered a phrase that old lady Shangguan used to utter, "A pretty woman often makes trouble." Old lady Shangguan said, "Forget the past. Moreover, it's Daya who will live with your brother, not me. Why should I step in? She's already in her later years, how many more can she live? Let the young handle their own affairs." Shangguan Furong continued, "But we can't leave matters at that. My brother is your own son, how can you watch him sink into a quagmire? I think Daya is not a good woman. A good woman wouldn't casually divorce her husband. And she even wants us to support her 2 burdens, how calculating she is. And besides, nothing is as simple as it seems. When my brother went mountain traveling, how could Daya just happen to rescue him? This could be a trap set up by her. Go to Wuxia World. Sight, she's so scheming. Shangguan Furong's teeth itched from hatred. She had seen too many shameless, scheming women. From Daya's actions, it was clear to her that Daya was one of them. Old Lady Shangguan remained calm. Your brother isn't a fool, he can distinguish good from bad. Don't interfere in this matter. It will only upset your brother. Shangguan Dehui wasn't a fool. She hadn't met Daya in person yet and couldn't make assumptions. Just because she disliked Daya a little, it didn't mean she could simply speculate that Daya was a bad person. Shangguan Furong's face darkened. My brother is bewitched by that woman, there's no way he can see clearly. Old Lady Shangguan said, hold your tongue. Other families' sisters-in-law promote harmony, but you love stirring up trouble. Can't you behave a little? Your brother is determined to bring her over. Be careful with your words and actions then. The last sentence carried a hint of a warning. When are they coming over? Shangguan Furong's eyes flickered. Probably next Sunday. Shangguan Furong held on to Old Lady Shangguan's arm. Mom, at your age and with distinguished guests on the way, let me handle the arrangements. Furong, what are you up to now? Old Lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Furong. Smiling, Shangguan Furong said, Mom, what can I do? What else can I do? I just want to receive the guests properly. We just hired some chefs from F country recently. Let them prepare authentic dishes from F country. Daya is just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world, she probably wouldn't even know how to use a knife and fork. Even if Shangguan Furong doesn't lift a finger, she can make that yokel retreat. As long as Shangguan Furong doesn't go too far, Old Lady Shangguan won't intervene. The next day, Old Lady Shangguan came for noodles as usual. Though she was preoccupied, the noodles were still delicious. In fact, she came not only for the noodles but also to see Ni Yang and chat with him. She truly likes Ni Yang. Unfortunately, Ni Yang didn't come to the shop today. In fact, Ni Yang hadn't been in the shop for a long time, when she was finished with the noodles and aimlessly walking on the street. Just then, a bicycle pulled up next to her. Old Lady Yang Yang. Old Lady Shangguan's face lit up. Yang Yang, where are you going? Ni Yang gave a slight smile. I just came back from the bank and am going to window shop. I plan to buy a dress for my mom. Since he was about to visit the Shangguan family, Ni Yang decided to buy a nice dress for Ni Tsuehua. Chapter 619, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _6. Excitedly, Mrs. Shangguan said, I need to buy some clothes too. Let's go together. Sure. Ni Yang nodded. Ni Yang pushed the cart with Mrs. Shangguan walking alongside her. With concern, Ni Yang said, Ma'am, you looked a bit off color earlier. Have you been worried about something lately? Laughing, Mrs. Shangguan shook her head. What could I possibly worry about? It's just that I've been having some trouble sleeping recently. And there was a bit of anxiety. She was worried that Daya would bring trouble to the Shangguan family for not having good character. After all, what Shangguan Furong said made sense. Why would the person who saved them become Daya? Hearing this, Ni Yang pulled out a blue pill bottle from her bag. I have these calming pills. Just smell them before you sleep and you'll fall asleep immediately, without any dreams. You should try it. Really? Mrs. Shangguan was a bit surprised. Of course. Ni Yang nodded and said with a smile, Don't you always call me divine doctor? Would I ever deceive you? Yang Yang, thank you. What a good child Yang Yang is, why couldn't she be her granddaughter? You're welcome. Go to Wuxia World. Sight. The two arrived at Clothing City. Ni Yang first selected an outfit for Mrs. Shangguan, then picked a trendy but elegant and dignified outfit for Ni Tsuehua, which suits her temperament perfectly. After all, it's their first meeting, she should make a good impression on the elders. Yang Yang, is this outfit for your mom? Mrs. Shangguan asked. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. From the outfit that Ni Yang picked, it's clear that her mom must also be a beauty with great temperament, and most importantly, she must have a good character to raise such an excellent daughter as Ni Yang. Sigh. The best daughter-in-law and granddaughter always belong to other people's families. Your mom is really lucky to have such a filial daughter like you. Mrs. Shangwan sighed. With a slight smile, Ni Yang said, "My mom gave me life, without her there's no me. It's only right that I should be filial to her. Filial piety is the most important of all virtues." Mrs. Shangwan nodded. She looked at Ni Yang with full admiration. What good upbringing. Ni Yang's upbringing is really good. After buying the clothes, the two left Clothing City. They happened to run into a middle-aged woman taking her 2 kids out. "Stop crying. You're bringing us bad luck. Your younger brother is smaller than you, can't you give him a break?" The girl was probably around 10 years old, and the boy was around 7 or 8. "I want new clothes too," the middle-aged woman said. "When your sister can't wear her clothes anymore, then you can." While rubbing her eyes, the little girl said, "Why does my brother get new clothes? Why doesn't my brother have to wear other people's old clothes?" "Because he's your younger brother. And you're his elder sister," the middle-aged woman said fiercely. "You're so big now and still don't understand anything. If you keep this up, watch out, I will hit you." "Mom, I want to eat candied hawthorn." The little boy tugged at the middle-aged woman's hand. The woman's expression softened instantly. All right. Mom will buy it for you." The little girl looked at the boy enviously, but her mother didn't spare her another glance in the end. Watching this scene, Mrs. Shangwan slightly furrowed her brows. Dia wouldn't be that kind of person, would she? Last time when she came to Clothing City, she saw Lin Fang's true colors. Could what she's seeing now be Dia? Mrs. Shangwan was a bit frightened. She had even forgotten that Dia had 2 daughters. With a heavy heart, Mrs. Shangwan returned home. The Ni family. As soon as Ni Yang left, a blonde blue-eyed foreigner arrived at their home. Due to the language barrier, she took quite some time to find Ni Yang's house. The villagers had never seen a foreigner, so now they all gathered in front of the courtyard of Ni's house to watch the excitement. Yang Yang's mom. Yang Yang's mom. Come out. Someone's looking for your daughter Yang Yang. The visitor was none other than Emily's mother, Annie. Although Annie could not speak Chinese, she had the note given to her by Ni Yang. By showing the note to everyone, they all understood. Here we are. Ni Tsuhua came out from the inner room with Xiaoni. Seeing that it was the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Annie, she was a little taken aback. Hello, is Ni Yang at home? Ni Tsuhua was startled at first, then she realized that she could actually understand what Annie was saying. It seemed that her recent study of English was not for nothing. Although Ni Tsuhua could understand, the villagers couldn't, so they were all guessing what Annie was saying. Chapter 620, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _7 Engaging in conversation with a person from M country for the first time, Ni Tsuehua was slightly nervous. She swallowed and said, Hello. I am Ni Yang's mother. Do you need Ni Yang for something? Upon hearing this, Annie was thrilled. She had finally met someone who spoke English. The villagers who were watching from the side were also stunned. No one expected that Ni Tsuehua could speak English. Yang Yang's mom is amazing. Yang Yang's mom is really hiding her skills. Oh my god. Yang Yang's mom speaks English so well. Humph. As if you could understand a word of it. The crowd murmured in awe of Ni Tsuehua. Annie grabbed Ni Tsuehua's hand. Oh my god. You're Ni Yang's mother? I finally found you. Is Ni Yang at home? Ni Yang is not at home right now. Why don't you come in and have a seat? As she finished, Ni Tsuehua looked around at the other people and switched back to Chinese. All of you come in and have a seat. The crowd declined politely with laughter. They still had work at home. Go to Wuxia World. Site they were just there to join in the fun, they didn't dare to stay too long. Accompanied by Ni Tsuehua, Annie entered the confines of the Ni family household, exclaiming, "What a beautiful yard. Does Ni Yang live here?" Although they had not moved to the new place next door yet. Ni Yang kept Ni Chenggui's yard tidy and looking very nice. Flowers were planted in the yard, and there were stone tables and seats under the osmanthus tree, painting a picturesque scene. Ni Tsuehua nodded, made tea, and brought out some snacks for Annie. This was the first time Annie tasted such delicious Chinese food. And drank such fragrant tea. People in M country know very well how to enjoy life and love drinking tea. However, their tea, mostly black tea, is very different from Chinese tea and doesn't taste as good. After all, the Chinese tea ceremony has been passed down for thousands of years. Many say that the Chinese are very barbaric, but the Chinese she met on this trip were all very warm and not as barbaric as rumored. Furthermore, China is developing well, not as backward as she had imagined. Overall, Annie had a very good impression of China. Before long, Ni Yang returned. Annie had seen Ni Yang's photos in Emily's camera before. Upon seeing Ni Yang, she rose from her seat excitedly and said with enthusiasm, "Hello, Ni Yang." Ni Yang remained calm. "I apologize, but may I know who you are?" She felt like she had seen Emily somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Annie continued, "My name is Annie. I am Emily's mother." Then Ni Yang remembered. Emily looked very similar to Annie. No wonder Annie looked familiar. "Hello, Auntie, is Emily with you?" Annie shook her head, "No. She didn't come with me. I came alone." Annie would have come earlier, but some matters delayed her, so she only came now. Annie then continued to ask, "Ni Yang, are you the producer of Ice Jade Skin?" "Yes." Ni Yang nodded slightly. Annie excitedly said, "Ni Yang, the effect of your Ice Jade Skin is really good. My friends and I all like to use it very much. Can you sell me a few more sets?" Ni Yang didn't expect Annie to come to buy Ice Jade Skin. This was a surprise. Seems like she didn't give the Ice Jade Skin to the wrong person last time. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Of course. By the way, our factory is just nearby. Would you like me to take you for a visit?" "Really?" Annie was a bit surprised. She just came to buy Ice Jade Skin and didn't expect to have a chance to visit the factory. Ni Yang nodded slightly and made a pleased gesture, "Please follow me." The factory was 2 rows of low buildings, built behind their new house, but currently 1 row was still vacant. The production line was small but very organized. Workers wore sterilized suits and gloves. Disinfecting was necessary when entering and leaving the workshop. Including Ni Yang and Annie, everyone had to put on the sterilized suits before they enter. The workshop had only a dozen workers before, but now it had expanded to 20. The daily production volume was around 6,000 bottles. Ni Yang introduced everything to Annie in fluent English. Annie was stunned. She could hardly believe that China's technology had reached such an incredible level. After leaving the factory, Annie suddenly had an audacious idea. Chapter 621, Agreed to be together, visiting parents, guests who have come from afar. _8 She wants to distribute Ni Yang's products. She plans to introduce Bing Gu Fu to M country. Such an excellent product would surely be welcomed with open arms in M country. Yet, she still needs to test the market back home. If successful, she would discuss possible cooperation with Ni Yang. With this in mind, Annie proposed, "Ni Yang, could you sell me 30 of these gift box sets?" Upon arriving in China, Annie conducted a small survey and found out that the gift box version of Bing Gu Fu was a limited edition. Each store could only have a maximum of 200 boxes per month, far below the demand. Therefore, she felt somewhat apprehensive when suggesting buying 30 boxes. Though Bing Ji Yu Fu was a limited edition, it wouldn't impact the domestic market as Annie intended to introduce it to M country. Additionally, Ni Young intended to bring Bing Ji Yu Fu to an overseas market, so he agreed and said, "Sure. That's wonderful." Annie excitedly embraced Ni Young, "Thank you." The gift box version of Bing Ji Yu Fu was priced at 268 yuan, about $40, per set. 30 of these sets would cost 8,040 yuan, about $1,220. Because Annie had traveled from afar, Ni Young even gave her a 10% discount, assuring her that all her future purchases would come with this discount. Of course, Annie was thrilled to enjoy these savings, considering even money couldn't guarantee you this part. Having received her 30 Bing Ji Yu Fu sets, Annie returned to her country on the overnight flight. Sunday. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. C0 Ni Young had a free day today and got up early to accompany Ni Tsuihua to visit the Shengguan family. Soon after they finished breakfast, Shengguan Dehui came to pick them up. Although Ni Tsuihua had already been married once, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She had all sorts of worries. Worrying about meeting a terrible mother-in-law like Mrs. Mu. Furthermore, Shengguan Dehui had a son and a daughter. Would his kids accept her? Could they peacefully coexist with Ni Young and little Ni Yun? Ni Young held Ni Kuihua's hand and whispered, "Mom, don't worry. Uncle Shengguan is a good man, his family can't be too bad." Ni Tsuihua nodded. Reassured by Ni Young, Ni Tsuihua immediately felt more relaxed. At the Shengguan residence, Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi were sitting on the couch. Su Lian and Mrs. Shengguan were chatting. Shengguan Furong was teasing her pet pug. Shengguan Shi looked curiously at Shengguan Furong. "Aunt, have you met Aunt Dia? How is she?" Shengguan Furong smiled. "If your father has taken a liking to her, she can't be bad." She was ready for anything, even if it meant becoming a laughingstock. How absurd, a country bumpkin also thinks she can join the Shengguan family. Shengguan Shi nodded, "Oh." Shengguan Furong continued, "I heard that your Aunt Dia has a 1-year-old child. Are you excited or not, Shi, about having a little sister? A 1-year-old baby must be cute." Shengguan Shi loved children. "My good friend has a 1-year-old sister too, and she's so adorable." Shengguan Shi was talking about little Ni Yun. She had seen little Ni Yun at Ni Yang's noodle shop and really liked her. Shengguan Furong went on vibrantly, "Your Aunt Dia is from the countryside. How could she compare with your friend? Have you seen rural children before? Dark and crying frequently, always drooling, with bubbly snot on their noses. How many rural kids can be good-looking?" Shengguan Shi felt shivers down her spine listening to this. "Ah? Really? Of course, aren't all rural children like that?" Shengguan Furong continued, "Just let me tell you, Shi, you have to be mentally prepared. You can't dislike your Aunt Dia and future little sister, or else your father will definitely be angry at you." Chapter 622, Slapping Shengguan Furong _1 Shengguan Shi initially held great expectations for Dia, whom she had not yet met, and her future little sister. Being told this by Shengguan Furong, her heart ached terribly. She was a little bit of a neat freak. "And, I think you might be exaggerating a bit?" Shengguan Shi frowned slightly. Shengguan Furong chuckled, "Exaggerating? Wait until you see her in person. Not everyone can be like your Aunt Lin Fong. Beautiful with a career. I'm just giving you a heads up, so you will be prepared. To save you from shocking our esteemed guest later." Su Lian was drinking her tea. Upon hearing this, she set down her cup and chimed in, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Lin Fong may shine, but her character is lacking. True beauty lies within the soul. Xiaoxi, don't overthink things, you should trust your father's tastes." Su Lian was also curious as to what kind of woman this Dia was that Shengguan Dehui would pine for her for so long. Back when her sister Su Fan married Shengguan Dehui, Su Lian was completely against it. because Shangguan Dehui did not love Su Fen. But the younger Su Lian had fallen in love with Shangguan Dehui at first sight and was determined to marry only him. Because of pressure from Lady Shangguan, Shangguan Dehui was reluctantly forced to marry Su Fen. Fortunately, after their marriage, Shangguan Dehui changed for the better. Their marital life was harmonious. Sadly, Su Fen was not fortunate. 2 years after being married to Shangguan Dehui, she passed away. Since then Shangguan Dehui never remarried. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. S0 Su Lian knows that Shangguan Dehui still had Daya in his heart. But she never blamed Shangguan Dehui. Because Shangguan Dehui had fulfilled his responsibility towards Su Fen and raised their 2 children to adulthood. It was about time he found his own happiness. After so many years, it was fate that Shangguan Dehui and Daya could meet again. If not, it would imply that Daya was a rather scheming person. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered each other again after so many years. As aunt of Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, Su Lian would never allow a cunning woman to become their stepmother. But she has not met Daya yet, so it wasn't right to jump to conclusions. Hearing Su Lian speak like this, Shangguan Shi felt a little better, but she was still nervous. If her little sister turned out to be a sloppy kid with a runny nose hanging from her face, she really couldn't stand it. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, "Sister Su Lian, you are right, inner beauty is the most beautiful. Daya's heart must be beautiful, otherwise, my brother would not have liked her. After all, my brother is a college professor, and Daya is an illiterate peasant woman who's been herding cattle since she was a child, yet has 2 children of her own. The youngest one had been divorced while she was still in her confinement period after childbirth. Such a person must have a beautiful soul." These words seemed to praise Daya. In fact, they were derogatory. How could a good woman be divorced from her husband during her confinement period? How could an illiterate rural woman be worthy of her brother? After speaking, Shangguan Furong turned to Shangguan Shi. "Xiaoxi, you young people always value common language, don't you? I think your dad and your Aunt Daya must have a lot in common." Shangguan Shi opened her mouth, not knowing how to respond to Shangguan Furong. The gap between Aunt Daya and her dad was too big. How could these 2 people possibly have a common language? That was terrifying. "Brother." Shangguan Shi nudged Shangguan Su. He put down the newspaper in his hand. "What is it? What's your take on this?" "As long as Dad is happy. Of course, a good match is also important. He is a bank president. How could his mother be an illiterate who cannot appear in public? It wouldn't sound good if word got out. If Aunt Daya was really uncouth, he wouldn't mind if his father kept her on the side." At this the worry in Shangguan Furong's heart subsided. It seemed that Shangguan Su also was not satisfied with this Daya. That was great. Lady Shangguan glanced at everyone. She had a plan in mind. The car was fast and soon arrived at the Shangguan residence. The Shangguan mansion was very luxurious, but it was nothing to Enai Tsuehua, who had seen private jets and castles in M country. If Enai Tsuehua were still the Enai Tsuehua who had just arrived in the city a year ago, she would have been stunned by now. Chapter 623, Slapping Shangguan Furong _2. But now, Enai Tsuehua, beautiful and gracious, her whole body exuding a confident aura, stood with Shangguan Dehui, making Shangguan Dehui seem somewhat mature in comparison. So, broadening one's horizons is indeed a very important thing. Shangguan Dehui, with little Enai Yun in his arms, led Enai Tsuehua and Enai Yang towards the inside. They encountered many servants greeting them along the way. Although Enai Yang knew that Shangguan Dehui was not an ordinary person, she never thought that the Shangguan family was that rich. They crossed the magnificent front hall and arrived in the living room. As soon as they heard footsteps, the others in the living room seemed somewhat impatient. However, Shangguan Furong was exceptionally calm, petting the pug in her arms with a smile at the corner of her mouth. That Daya is a coarse and vulgar rural woman, wasn't she? Why should they have any expectations for her? Shangguan Su was also calm, flipping through the newspaper in his hand with a half-hearted expression on his face. This way, Shangguan Dehui motioned with one hand while holding little Ni Yun. Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang followed him in. Seeing Ni Yang enter, both Madame Shangguan and Shangguan Shi were stunned. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. So was Ni Yang here too? They were taken aback for a moment. Until Shangguan Dehui said, Mom. Sister, Furong, Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxi, this is Daya. This is Daya's daughter Ni Yang, and this is Daya's youngest daughter Ni Yun. Upon hearing the name Ni Yang, Shangguan Su froze. Was he hallucinating? He looked up and was even more astonished. He never expected that Ni Yang was Daya's daughter. Was he dreaming? Similarly, Madame Shangguan and Shangguan Shi were stunned too. Oh my God. Oh my God. What was going on? Yang, you are Aunt Daya's daughter? Shangguan Shi stood up, walked over to Ni Yang and held her hand. Cici. Ni Yang was also very surprised. Shangguan Shi laughed and said, He's my dad. Ni Yang had never imagined that Shangguan Dehui and Shangguan Shi were father and daughter. By this logic, Madame Shangguan and Shangguan Dehui were mother and son. This was too much of a coincidence. Madame Shangguan also stood up from her surprise, Yang. Madam. Ni Yang greeted with a smile. Madame Shangguan laughed and said, What madam? Too formal. You should call me grandma. She had always wanted a granddaughter as sensible and capable as Ni Yang, and she hadn't expected her dream to become a reality today. Shangguan Dehui looked at Shangguan Shi and Madame Shangguan, then at Ni Yang, and said incredulously, Mom, Cici, you know Yang? Madame Shangguan nodded repeatedly, We do know each other. Not only that, but Yang also saved me. Shangguan Dehui was somewhat confused about what was going on. Madame Shangguan explained what happened the day she fainted on the streets of Beijing. So the person who saved my mom was you, Yang. Thank you so much. Madame Shangguan was old, and her heart wasn't very good either. If Ni Yang hadn't come to rescue her in time, they probably wouldn't be seeing Madame Shangguan by now. Shangguan Dehui had initially been worried about whether Madame Shangguan and Ni Yang and her mother could accept each other, but he hadn't expected that they already had this connection. Dehui, is this Daya? Madame Shangguan looked at Ni Tsuehua, next to Shangguan Dehui. Ni Tsuehua smiled and said, Auntie, I am Daya. Ni Tsuehua was not as Madame Shangguan had imagined her. Madame Shangguan thought Daya should be a heavily made-up vixen, otherwise she wouldn't have occupied Shangguan Dehui's thoughts for so long. But the Daya in front of her was elegant and dignified, beautiful with her own aura, and Madame Shangguan liked her at once. No wonder Ni Yang was so beautiful, she had a beautiful mother. And Ni Yang was so outstanding. If Ni Tsuehua were a person of poor character, she wouldn't have raised Ni Yang so well. For a moment, Madame Shangguan was delighted with Ni Tsuehua. Good. Madame Shangguan held Ni Kuihua's hand. Come sit here, this must be little Yun, right? Come, let me hold her. Ah, this child is so beautiful. Madame Shangguan took over little Ni Yun from Shangguan Dehui. Yun, call her grandma. Shangguan Dehui said. Grandma. Little Ni Yun was very sweet and not fearful of strangers, which made Madame Shangguan very happy. Shangguan Furong watched the scene before her, suddenly bewildered. Chapter 624, Slapping Shangguan Furong _3. What just happened? Isn't it that Madame Shangguan doesn't like Daya? Why is she so warm toward Daya? And also, wasn't Daya just an unsophisticated hick? Why is she dressed so respectfully? The youngest child is also pleasantly chubby, and doesn't have snot bubbles on his nose like the typical rural kid. What on earth is going on? And Daya's oldest daughter, she is just too attractive. She doesn't look like she came from the countryside at all. The worst part is that all three of them do not show any kind of familiarity toward me. Not at all like Lin Fong, who came and showered me with extravagant gifts. If these three really become part of the family, will I still have a say in the Shangguan family? The more Shangguan Furong thinks about it, the more unhappy she becomes. Luckily, she has a backup plan. Source, updated on. So it will be their turn to be embarrassed soon. Shangguan Dehui brought Enrich to Su Lian and Shangguan Furong. Dia, let me introduce you. This is my sister, also the aunt of Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi, and this is my sister Furong. Enrich has known of the existence of Su Lian for quite some time, so she wasn't surprised. The fact that Shangguan Dehui has cherished and respected Su Lian for so long after the death of his first wife just proves that Shangguan Dehui is a good man, compassionate and righteous. Sister, Furong. Su Lian's first impression of Enrich was quite positive. Unlike the last time with Lin Fong, who clearly demonstrated her vulgar manners, Suehua maintained her elegant behavior as soon as she entered. There was absolutely nothing wrong with her conduct. Dia, nice to meet you. Su Lian stood up and initiated a handshake with Enrich. Although Shangguan Furong is indignant with Enrich, she didn't like to embarrass people on the spot. Besides, this person is a woman who holds a special place in Shangguan Dehui's heart. Pissing off Shangguan Dehui directly wouldn't benefit her in any way. After all, she still has a trump card at hand. She can't wait to see this rustic woman be embarrassed. Hello. Shangguan Dehui then said, this is my son Shangguan Su, this is my daughter Shangguan Shi. You can call them Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi. Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi stood up from the sofa and greeted her proactively, hello, Aunt Dia. Hello. Looking at Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, Shangguan Dehui said, no need to introduce Yang Yang to you two, you already know each other. No need, no need. Shangguan Shi interlaced her arm with Enai Yang's, laughing, Yang Yang and I are already acquainted. Yang Yang, may I give you a tour around our house now? Shangguan Shi was absolutely thrilled. She never thought that her future sister would be Enai Yang and little Enai Yun. This is a perfect example of birds of a feather flocking together. Sure. Enai Yang nodded. Brother, would you like to join us? Shangguan Shi casually asked Shangguan Su. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Su actually put down the newspaper, saying, okay. Shangguan Shi was taken aback for a moment, but didn't say anything further. Want sister? Little Enai Yun reached out towards Enai Yang. Would it be fine if sis Shi holds you? Shangguan Shi reached out for little Enai Yun. Little Enai Yun seriously considered this, then nodded, okay. Yun Yun is such a good child. Shangguan Shi picked him up and planted a big kiss on his cheek. The group started to head towards the garden, and Madame Shangguan warned, Shi, be careful when you play and don't let Yun Yun get hurt. Got it, Grandma. Shangguan Furong, with an iron face, watched Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, her nephew and niece. Are they still her own flesh and blood? Being so kind to a stranger. Especially Shangguan Su, initially, he was discontented with Dia and her family, but then his attitude changed just like that. Shangguan Su disappointed her big time. While the group was chatting, Su Lian laughed and said, Dia, your skin is so well maintained. What skincare products do you use? Enrich said, I use Bing Ji Yu Fu at home. Oh, I also brought a set for you and Furong. Enrich took out the gift boxes of Bing Ji Yu Fu products and handed them to Su Lian and Shangguan Furong. Thank you. Su Lian accepted the gift box with both hands and gave Enrich a red envelope in return. Enrich immediately refused. Shangguan Dehui intervened at the side, since it's a gift from sister, you should accept it. It's not just a red envelope. It's also Su Lian's validation of Enrich. Seeing Su Lian's satisfaction with Enrich made Shangguan Dehui very happy. Thank you, sister. Enrich accepted the red envelope. Holding the gift box of Bing Gu Fu in her hands, Shangguan Furong said, I've been using Bing Gu Fu's limited edition gift box recently and am their premium member. But how come I've never seen this packaging before? What's inside? Seaweed mask? Rose essential oil? I have never seen these products before. Chapter 625, Slapping Shangguan Furong _4. Is this the genuine product? Can someone like Enrich, a rural woman, afford ice skin jade complexion? Keep in mind, a set of genuine ice skin jade complexion costs over 200 yuan. I am not sure if Enrich can even earn that much in a year. Enrich explained with a smile, this is a new model that was just released in September. It hasn't hit the market yet, and probably will be officially on sale in about 3 days. It's also a limited edition. Since it's a gift, it's natural to give something that people can't buy on the market, especially since their family is the manufacturer of ice skin jade complexion. To give common products as gifts wouldn't show sincerity. So, Enrich chose the newly launched model. This new model contains high-grade rose essential oil, which is extremely valuable. Only 125 grams of rose essential oil can be extracted from a ton of roses. Therefore, this limited edition of ice skin jade complexion in new packaging is super expensive. Ni Yang's price is 580 yuan per set, and each store is limited to 30 sets per month. A new model released in September? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Furong had a mocking look in her eyes. This rural woman certainly knows how to boast. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. She even tries to fool her with this counterfeit product. Does she think Shangguan Furong is some poor, gullible relative from the countryside? That's hilarious. Shangguan Furong placed the gift box on the coffee table. I dare not accept such a valuable gift. Moreover, my skin is very sensitive. I've heard that there are many counterfeits on the market now, and my skin is particularly prone to allergies, so please keep this ice skin jade complexion for yourself. Enrich responded with a faint smile, don't worry, Furong, this is definitely the genuine product. Shangguan Furong replied, Dia, don't be offended by my frankness, but there are many swindlers these days. You are a country woman who just came to the city, so I'm worried you might have been conned. Furong. Madame Shangguan warned Furong with a look, then turned to Enrich. Dia, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just not recognizing the value of a golden jade. If she doesn't want it, I'll take it. My skin could use some maintenance too. Dia, you wouldn't mind giving it to me, would you? Enrich isn't silly, she knew that Shangguan Furong didn't like her. If Shangguan Furong chose to be ungrateful, then she shouldn't bother to be so eager to please her. Of course not, if Auntie likes it, then it's yours. Dehui brings out another red gift box. Mom, Dia also prepared a gift for you. What is it? Madame Shangguan took the box. Enrich said, it's a wild ginseng. Yang found it while picking herbs on the mountain. Yang said that stewed soup with this wild ginseng can soothe the mind, calm the spirit, stop palpitations, exorcise evil, brighten eyes, and improve wisdom. It's particularly good for the elderly. Under Yang's guidance, Enrich had learned a little bit about medicine. Madame Shangguan was quite happy. Yang is truly a good girl. Dia, you are lucky to have such an excellent granddaughter. That's also true for me, being so fortunate to have such an outstanding granddaughter. For Madame Shangguan, it was like a dream come true. On the side, Furong was so angry that she almost pulled out Peach Blossom's fur. In reaction to Furong's annoyance, Peach Blossom jumped off her and ran away without looking back. Her mother is really dense. How did she get tricked by a rural woman? Wild ginseng? To her eyes, it's just a white radish. If she has to accept this rustic woman as her sister-in-law, she would refuse even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times over. Shangguan Furong covered her mouth, feigning surprise. One can dig wild ginseng on the mountain? Which mountain? Could you please tell me so I can also go and dig up a basket to give to others? Shangguan Furong indeed intended to embarrass Enitsuehua. Enitsuehua was just a country bumpkin. Furong was curious about how Enitsuehua would respond. Enitsuehua replied with a smile, ginseng is incredibly spiritual. Only those with pure intentions will find it. Also, they burrow down to escape when being dug up, so people often tie a red string around them before digging. It's not something anyone can just dig up. If you want to dig up a basketful, Furong, it might be a bit difficult. Shangguan Furong's face turned slightly white. She's a smart woman. How could she not understand the sarcasm in Enikuihua's words? Chapter 626, Slapping Shangguan Furong _5. She underestimated this rural woman. What angered Shangguan Furong more was the attitude of Shangguan Dehui and the Shangguan matriarch. One was her real mother, and one was her real brother. They did nothing as they watched her being mocked. The Shangguan matriarch wasn't angry at all. In fact, she was delighted with Enikuihua's response. As a daughter-in-law of the Shangguan family, she should indeed be more dominating. A submissive attitude was not in line with the Shangguan family's style. This was how she could shoulder the heavy responsibility of a household's matriarch. Excellent. Excellent. She had misunderstood Dia before. Su Lian was also very pleased with Enitsuehua. Seeing that no one was coming to her aid, Shangguan Furong stood up from the couch. You guys chat, I'll check on the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, Shangguan Furong specifically ordered the chef to change all of today's dining procedures to Western style. Source, updated on. Ko in the living room, Enitsuehua, the Shangguan matriarch, and Su Lian were chatting harmoniously. Their exchanges were barrier-free. Shangguan she took Ni Yang and little Ni Yun around the house. She had even figured out that she wanted to leave that room for Ni Yang and little Ni Yun as their bedroom. Although little Ni Yun was only 1 year old, she weighed 30 pounds because of her sufficient nutrition and was so chubby that her arms were ringed. Shangguan she couldn't carry her after a while, so she let Shangguan Su hold her. Luckily, little Ni Yun also liked this big brother very much. He carried little Ni Yun, running back and forth behind them. Maybe on account of being a leader for a long time, Shangguan Su was somewhat serious and didn't really like children, but today, he was amused by little Ni Yun several times. The truth was, Shangguan Su didn't want to laugh in his heart. But he couldn't help it. Lunch started punctually at 11:30. Shangguan Furong led everyone to the dining room with a beaming smile. The thought of Enitsuehua making a fool of herself made her feel very delighted. Come, Sister Dia, please have a seat. Shangguan Furong pulled Enitsuehua to sit down. Shangguan she smiled and pulled out a chair for Ni Yang. Come Yang Yang, sit with me here. Let me hold Yun Yun, oh, how I love little Yun Yun. The Shangguan matriarch took little Ni Yun from Enitsuehua. After everyone was seated, the servants began to set the tableware. Soon after, the F-country chef brought out the delicately cooked Western food. Shangguan Furong graciously tucked the napkin into her collar. Sister Dia, this Western food was specially prepared to welcome you, made by the F-country chef I invited to our home. Please, eat up, don't hesitate. As soon as she finished saying this, a servant put a bowl of lemon water in front of everyone, and the lemon water even had a few mint leaves floating in it. Shangguan Furong was waiting to see Enitsuehua make a fool of herself. She wondered if Enitsuehua would mistakenly drink this lemon water. Shangguan Furong had seen quite a few people ignorant of how to eat Western food and embarrass themselves in this way. If Enitsuehua did the same today, her first time meeting the parents, the Shangguan matriarch would be furious. The future daughter-in-law of the Shangguan family, not knowing Western dining etiquette, and if this news got out, wouldn't it humiliate the Shangguan matriarch? At that time, Enitsuehua would certainly be swept out of the door by the Shangguan matriarch. Just like the treatment of Lin Fong and her daughter. Knowing Shangguan Furong was waiting to see her make a fool of herself, Enai Tsuehua was in no hurry. Coolly she tucked the napkin into her collar, then reached her hand into the silver bowl, slowly washing her hands. She had eaten so much Western food in M country and got sick of it. How could Enai Tsuehua possibly not know Western dining etiquette? In addition to this, Enai Yang used to take her to various Japanese restaurants, Western-style restaurants, and H countries' cuisines when they were in their home country. After washing her hands, Enai Tsuehua picked up the knife and fork, elegantly cut a small piece of steak, and put it in her mouth to chew slowly. The whole process was graceful and charming. How was this like a naive rustic woman? Shangguan Furong's smile became forced. Her carefully prepared F-country banquet intended to make Enai Tsuehua embarrass herself failed. Instead, Enai Tsuehua was extremely graceful. Then look at Enai Yang. Even though she was young, her manner of eating was very appealing, even more generous than bona fide socialite. Each of her expressions seemed especially attractive. Sitting next to Shangguan Shi, who was born in an illustrious family, it made Shangguan Shi seem rather ordinary. Even little Enai Yun, who was only a year old, knew to hold a fork in her left hand and a knife in her right hand. A group of country folks, how did they learn to eat Western food? Watching all this transpire before her eyes, Shangguan Furong suddenly felt like she had shot herself in the foot. Chapter 627, Slapping Shangguan Furong _6. It's so unbearable. It's just too unbearable. Shangguan Furong squinted her eyes. No, this won't do. She couldn't just give up this easily, so what if Enai Tsuehua has had Western food? Has she ever eaten snails? Snails require special tools to eat, you can't just take the meat out with a fork and knife. Shangguan Furong composed herself and pushed the plate of agate snails towards Enai Tsuehua. This steak is not seasoned well enough, Dia, try these snails. Generally, country folks haven't eaten snails, perhaps Enai Tsuehua will be taken aback. Enai Tsuehua smiled slightly, put down her fork and knife, picked up the special utensil for eating snails, elegantly picked up a snail, removed the meat from the shell, cut it piece by piece, dipped a tiny bit of wasabi on it, and put it in her mouth. The taste is quite good. Shangguan Furong was completely defeated this time. She sat in the chair, face pale as a sheet. After finishing the meal and staying at the Shangguan family's house for a while, Enai Tsuehua proposed to leave in the afternoon. It wasn't good to stay too long on the first day of visiting the Shangguan family. Source, updated on NOVG 0. C0, You are leaving already? Shangguan's old madam, holding little Enai Yun, said unwillingly. Enai Tsuehua said, Auntie, it's getting late. We should go home. Don't forget to bring Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi to our house when you have time. Shangguan's old madam nodded repeatedly, of course. Enai Tsuehua continued, and Sister Su Lian and Sister Furong, you must remember to visit too. Even though Enai Tsuehua didn't like Shangguan Furong much, she had to be courteous at appropriate times. In the end, apart from Shangguan Furong, everyone in the Shangguan family was very nice. Su Lian nodded with a smile, we will definitely disturb you at that time. Shangguan Dehui escorted Enai Tsuehua home. Watching their retreating figures, a gratified smile appeared on Shangguan's old madam's face. Shangguan Furong said, Mother, it seems you are quite satisfied with Dia. Shangguan's old madam replied with a beaming smile, Dia is beautiful, well-tempered, and filial. Of course, I am satisfied. I can't wait for your brother to marry her immediately. Shangguan Furong took a deep breath, Mother, don't you think Dia is very cunning? Shangguan's old madam shook her head, Furong, it's you who has a problem, so it seems to you that others have problems when you look at them. Dia is good, she's precisely the daughter-in-law I want. No, she's even better than that. The old lady now has no complaints about Enai Tsuehua. She even felt very fortunate that Shangguan Dehui could meet Enai Tsuehua within his lifetime. What about you? Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxi, do you like Dia too? Shangguan Furong turned her head to look at Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi. Shangguan 11 said, Auntie Daya is a very nice person. Aunt Farong, how can you talk about her like that? Shangguan Su agreed with a nod. I also think Auntie Daya and Dad are a good match. Shangguan Farong continued, our Shangguan family is very wealthy. It's inevitable that some people with ulterior motives would deliberately get close to your dad, intending to seize the wealth of the Shangguan family. You two silly kids, don't be sold off by someone and even help them count the money. At the end, disappointment filled Shangguan Furong's face. I think Daya is not that kind of person. Su Lian said, the eyes are the window to the soul. There is no greed in Daya's eyes. Shangguan Shi laughed and held Shangguan Furong's hand. Aunt is right. Aunt Farong, you can relax. I've known Yang Yang for a long time now. I believe they are not that kind of people. Being sisters with Ni Yang is truly her honor. Shangguan Farong felt that Su Lian came intentionally to stir up trouble. Lin Fong was so outstanding, yet she didn't approve, instead favoring a rural woman. Shangguan Farong looked at Shangguan Su, Xiaoshu, didn't you say before that the person who is with your dad should be from a well-matched family? Daya is just a small-time noodle seller, do you think she is good enough for your dad? Shangguan Su frowned, Aunt, you must be mistaken. I remember saying that I respect my dad's choices. And being a small business owner doesn't mean she's unworthy. I believe we should not discriminate against different professions. Shangguan Su spoke resolutely, as if he wasn't the one who disdained Daya as a coarse and uncultured rural woman in the morning. Shangguan Farong was shaking with anger. She had only the family's best interest in mind, but no one in the family understood her. Chapter 628, Slapping Shangguan Farong _7 Even good intentions are treated with contempt. Lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Farong, Farong, come with me for a moment. A light flickered in Shangguan Furong's eyes. It was clear that Lady Shangguan had something to say to her, but the presence of many people made it difficult for her to speak. Perhaps she too dislikes Daya. Her behavior just now was probably just a pretense. Shangguan Farong followed Lady Shangguan's footsteps, filled with joy. The two of them entered the study. Farong, you dislike Daya, don't you? You feel that she doesn't take you seriously? Lady Shangguan was her mother and knew her better than anyone else. Shangguan Farong was simply too dominant, wanting to take charge of everything herself. Even after her marriage, she still wanted to meddle with her family's affairs. If her sister-in-law were sharper and more capable than she, then she would become uncomfortable and feel as though she had lost her place at home. Not only did Shangguan Farong wish to control the affairs of her family, but she had also taken complete control of her husband's family. For instance, if she wanted her husband to wear a blue outfit that day, then he could not wear red. Source, updated on WuxiaWorld. Site. So he must also like whatever food she enjoyed. If he liked a particular food and she didn't, she wouldn't even let him touch it. Both inside and outside the house, everything was well organized under her arrangement. Anyone who dared to defy her would immediately be met with a change of her face. She had a good heart, but was too domineering in dealing with matters, sometimes to an extreme extent. Shangguan Farong declared, she has never taken me seriously in the first place. Respect is mutual. You have never shown her respect, so how can you expect her to respect you? Lady Shangguan retorted. Shangguan Farong retorted, Mom, after all, am I your daughter or is she your daughter? Enrich was nothing more than a village woman. The fact that she dignified herself to sit at the same table with Enrich for dinner was more than enough to give Enrich face. Lady Shangguan continued, Farong, if you continue with this attitude, I'm going to say something unpleasant. You are a married woman. If you continue to stretch your hands this long, how can your brother live peacefully? Shangguan Farong fell silent. I just feel Daya is not good enough for my brother. She's also not good enough for our Shangguan family. Lady Shangguan persisted, I think it is your brother who is not good enough for Daya. Shangguan Farong exclaimed in surprise, Mother, have you gone mad? How could Shangguan Dehui be unworthy of a village woman? Lady Shangguan replied, "I'm not mad. I'm clear-headed. Daya, including her daughter Yang Yang, are not ordinary people. They will certainly achieve great things in the future. Furong, sometimes, birth doesn't mean everything." The fact that you are living this life today is simply because you were born in a better condition than Daya. If your birth conditions had been the same, you might not even be as good as Daya is now. Lady Shangguan was a person who could see far into the future. Through today's interaction with Enai Tsuehua, she realized that Enai Tsuehua was an outstanding person, whose progress had been hindered by the painful experiences of her early life. Now that she had moved out of that quagmire, her future would undoubtedly be bright. The fact that Shangguan Dehui could be with her was the fortune of both him and the Shangguan family. What a joke! How could I possibly be inferior to her? She had a postgraduate degree, after all. Enai Tsuehua, on the other hand, was illiterate. They were incomparable in terms of educational level alone. Seeing that her daughter was not open to communication, Lady Shangguan helplessly said, "Fine, you can go. The reason I called you here separately was to tell you that I have accepted Daya as my daughter-in-law. If you continue to give her trouble in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." This was one of the few times Lady Shangguan spoke harshly to her, and it was for an outsider. Shangguan Furong felt a little uncomfortable. She murmured, "Then, I'll leave first." How does she manage to be even worse than a country village woman? Wait a moment. The old Madame Shangguan called out to the retreating figure of Shangguan Furong. "What is it? Take this with you." The old Madame Shangguan pointed to the gift box of ice skin jade texture on the table. It's Daya's heartfelt gesture after all. Shangguan Furong said, "Mom, do you still not understand why I don't like Daya? It's not only because of her lineage. It's also her behavior. It would have been fine if she had brought the real ice skin jade texture. But she dared to try to trick me with counterfeit goods. Does she think I'm their poor rural relative?" The old Madame Shangguan laughed. "Daya is not the kind of person who would present false goods. Didn't she say it? This is Ice Skin Jade Texture's new product, which hasn't been released to the market yet." "A new product?" Shangguan Furong sneered. Can an ignorant village woman even get a hold of such an unreleased new product? She probably thinks she's the founder of Ice Skin Jade Texture. This kind of trick can only fool you and Su Lian. Indeed, Shangguan Furong did not believe that the ice skin jade texture brought by Enai Tsuehua was authentic. The old Madame Shangguan slightly frowned. "That's enough. If you don't want it, fine. Don't just suspect others." To avoid disturbing Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui, Enai Yang decided to get off the car in the city center. She also had to go to school, because there was a Chinese exam in the afternoon. Shortly, only Enai Tsuehua, little Enai Yun, and Shangguan Dehui were left in the car. Enai Tsuehua, holding little Enai Yun, sat in the passenger seat. Shangguan Dehui reached out to touch Enai Kuihua's hand. "Daya, Furong was pretty overbearing today. I'll talk to her when we get home, don't take it to heart." Enai Tsuehua shook her head. "It's okay. She didn't get the upper hand over me." Enai Tsuehua was somewhat surprised Shangguan Dehui would actively address this issue. Normally in this situation, wouldn't an older brother instinctively defend his sister? But Shangguan Dehui didn't. "Daya, thank you." Shangguan Dehui continued. "Furong is strong-willed. If she does something wrong in the future, you don't need to consider my feelings. Say what needs to be said. She's the type who needs a scolding before she behaves." Enai Tsuehua laughed. Who ever heard of a big brother talking about his sister this way? Shangguan Dehui squeezed Enai Kuihua's hand. "I'm telling the truth. Do as I say, and she won't dare to bully you." In a separate mansion in Beijing, a pale-faced man leaned on the bed, holding something shiny in his hand. "Ziki, have you found out which family the car belongs to yet?" "No," Wang Ziki shook his head. The man clenched his hand, as if he was trying to crush the object he was holding. Wang Ziki continued, Sir Du, please don't worry. We just came from Shanghai to Beijing, and we're not very familiar with the forces here. I have already ordered a thorough investigation. As soon as we have any leads, I will inform you. Sir Du was a force to be reckoned with in Shanghai. But after all, this was Beijing. Sir Du looked up at Wang Ziki. Ziki, I trust you. Please don't let me down. Wang Ziki straightened up. Sir Du, I promise I won't let your trust down. Sir Du waved his hand. Okay, you can go. Then, please rest well. Wang Ziki turned and left. On the other hand, Shangguan Furong returned home in a gloomy mood. Just when a girlfriend came over for a chat, she was holding a flyer. Furong, Furong. Did you know Ice Skin Jade Texture has come out with a new product? It's going on sale this Monday. We must get there early. Chapter 629, Regret It Now. _1 Shangguan Furong is a big fan of Ice Skin Jade beauty products. However, because many of their products are limited edition, she got herself a membership and opened a VIP service. Once you become a VIP client, whenever there are new products, the Ice Skin Jade Beauty headquarters will send promotional brochures to the VIP client in advance. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Furong expressed her surprise. Really? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Look here, this is the promotional brochure they sent. Her friend handed her the flyer. Your mailbox should have one too, right? I'll check. Shangguan Furong went over to the mailbox and sure enough, she found the promotional brochure from Ice Skin Jade Beauty inside. Her friend continued, Furong, look, this new product includes rose essential oil. I specifically asked my aunt about it and she told me that rose essential oil is very rare. 1 ton of roses can only produce 100 grams of essential oil. Besides its beautifying effects, it also can calm premenstrual syndrome, regulate women's endocrine and menstrual cycles. The friend's name is Jiang Zhenjin, who is also a die-hard fan of Ice Skin Jade Beauty. Jiang Zhenjin's aunt is a doctor. What doctors say is completely trustworthy. Shangguan Furong's expression was priceless. Rose essential oil. And seaweed face masks. Source, updated on Wuxia World. Site. Could the gift box and Aitsuehua gave her actually be genuine? Furong, what's wrong? Jiang Zhenjin nudged Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong quickly snapped back to reality and chuckled, nothing. Aitsuehua is just a simple country girl. How could a country girl possibly have Ice Skin Jade Bowtie's new item? It must be counterfeit. Thinking in this way, Shangguan Furong felt a lot more at ease. Jiang Zhenjin continued to say, Furong, tomorrow morning we have to go early and queue up. I heard they're only releasing 30 boxes of the new product every month. Shangguan Furong nodded. The next morning at 8 o'clock, both of them arrived at the nearest Ice Skin Jade Beauty store. The mall only opens at 9 o'clock, but there were already people waiting outside the door. Upon asking around, it turned out these people were all here for the new items of Ice Skin Jade Beauty. Looking at the crowd gathering together, Shangguan Furong frowned slightly and said to Jiang Zhenjin, Zhenjin, let's go back. Why? Jiang Zhenjin seemed puzzled. Shangguan Furong covered her nose and whispered, how can we queue up with these people? It's so beneath us. Jiang Zhenjin understood Shangguan Furong's thoughts and said with a smile, the new Ice Skin Jade Beauty products cost over 500 yuan per box. Those standing here, their status is not inferior to ours. Who would want to show their faces in a queue at ordinary times? But who would refuse when their products are so good? If they ask their housemaids to buy it for them, they might not trust them as people are willing to offer multiples of the original price to buy it. Thinking about it, Shangguan Furong decided to wait with the crowd for the mall to open. Ultimately, they managed to wait until 9 o'clock, the mall opened, and the crowd surged in, more crazily than the old men and women scrambling for discounted items in the supermarket. Through the eyes of people who were oblivious to the situation, they would think that the ice skin jade beauty products were cheap. Shangguan Furong cares greatly about her image. She did not wish to follow the crowd. Walking gracefully, she moved step by step towards the store. Seeing that Shangguan Furong would not let loose, Jiang Jinjin couldn't wait any longer. Furong, you come along at your own pace. I'll go queue up in the front. As soon as the sentence finished, Jiang Jinjin ran into the crowd, completely without any airs of an upper-class family. When Shangguan Furong arrived, the queue had become quite long. The new ice skin jade beauty products were only limited to 30 boxes, not enough for everyone in such a large crowd. Therefore, the salesperson suggested that the remaining customers did not need to queue anymore. Jiang Jinjin was lucky, as she got the last spot in the queue. Shangguan Furong quickly approached her and whispered, Jinjin, dear Jinjin, remember to spare me one box. I am going to have a look at their face cleansers and aloe gels. Jiang Jinjin replied, are you daft? There's only 30 boxes of the new product, and we already have 30 people in line. What if there's an extra box today? Shangguan Furong did not give up. Jiang Jinjin laughed and said, all right. If there is an extra one, I will surely get it for you. Only then did Shangguan Furong feel satisfied, turning around to go and choose other skincare products in the store. Chapter 630, Regret. _2. The booming business led to the increase of the store's staff from the initial 4 to 8. Furong, have you made your purchase? Jia Jinjin was in a pretty good mood after buying the limited edition icy muslin jade skin. Jinjin, did you buy any extra? Asked Shangguan Furong. Jia Jinjin shook her head. No. Shangguan Furong sighed, show me what you bought. Although she didn't score any, a feast for the eyes is always nice. Jia Jinjin handed the gift box to Shangguan Furong. The packaging of the new icy muslin jade skin is very elegant, and it's surprising that this box is exactly the same as the counterfeit that Enrich gave her yesterday. What a coincidence. Shangguan Furong's face changed. Jia Jinjin continued, Furong, this is rose essential oil, as the salesperson told me. You can add a few drops into your bathtub, or use it for aromatherapy and skin massage. And this is a seaweed mask, made with ingredients shipped from the deep sea near Guangguan. This mask is only available in the gift box, they don't sell it individually. Getting the limited edition new product made Jia Jinjin very happy. But Shangguan Furong wasn't so happy. Jinjin, do you think there could be counterfeit icy muslin jade skin out there, Wuxia World? Site, counterfeit? I doubt there is any. Jia Jinjin opened up the gift box and continued, look, all their product boxes have anti-fake labels. Where? Asked Shangguan Furong. Right here, look. You can only see it under the light. Do you see the letters New York? That's the anti-fake label. The founder of the icy muslin jade skin line was very smart. They made it so that the label disappears once the box is opened to prevent reuse. You can only see it when it's brand new. The New York letters sparkled under the light. With this explanation, Shangguan Furong felt somewhat relieved. She handed the box back to Jia Jinjin. Jinjin, I just remembered something I need to do. I'll leave first. I won't be going back with you. Jia Jinjin didn't have time to say anything before Shangguan Furong disappeared. Shangguan Furong rushed to the Shangguan family's house. Old lady Shangguan was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Mom. Why are you in such a hurry? Old lady Shangguan put down the newspaper. Shangguan Furong asked immediately, where is that counterfeit product that Dia brought? What counterfeit product? Old lady Shangguan frowned in displeasure. Just then, a middle-aged woman walked in from outside. Sister. Yeshu is here. Old lady Shangguan stood up, smiling. Aunt. Though Zhao Yeshu was not much older than Shangguan Furong, she still had to properly address her as aunt. This was because she was old lady Shangguan's sister-in-law. Zhao Yeshu nodded. Sister, you said you had something nice for me over the phone. You wouldn't tell me what it was unless we met in person. Old Lady Shangguan smiled. It's definitely a good thing for you young people. Stop beating around the bush. Zhao Yeshu sat down next to Old Lady Shangguan. Old Lady Shangguan took a beautifully wrapped gift box from under the coffee table. Here, this is for you. Zhao Yeshu covered her mouth in disbelief. New icy muslin jade skin. Oh my goodness. I had my maid queue for it early this morning, but she arrived too late and couldn't get any. Sister, you really are my dear sister. Zhao Yeshu was so excited that she was almost incoherent. Sister, where did you get this? You're incredible. Old Lady Shangguan laughed. This was brought by Dihui's daughter-in-law, Dia. She originally intended to give it to Furong, but she didn't want it. Hope you won't mind. Since they're all family, Old Lady Shangguan decided to tell the truth. Zhao Yeshu excitedly chimed in. What's there to mind? I'm more than delighted. I've been using icy muslin jade skin products for the last 6 months. When I heard from my maid that she failed to buy the new product, I was so upset. If Shangguan Furong didn't want it, it was her loss. And, the icy muslin jade skin might be a fake. If you end up ruining your face, don't say I didn't warn you. Old Lady Shangguan sighed and shook her head. This child is just too suspicious. Zhao Yeshu knew Shangguan Furong's personality well. She laughed and said, what's there to be afraid of? Doesn't icy muslin jade skin carry an anti-fake label? We can just open the package and check whether it's real or fake. I've wanted to buy it for a long time but never managed to. Beauty lover Zhao Yeshu was absolutely ecstatic. Now she could show off among the ladies of other wealthy families. At their gatherings nowadays, it was not about comparing jewelry anymore, but who had more limited edition ice crystal skin care. The matriarch with more was the popular one in their circle. There had not been any appearances of the Supreme Edition ice crystal skin care yet. The elderly Madame Shangguan was a bit lost. So, is this real or fake? Zhao Yeshu laughed. Of course it's real. Moreover, it's the most difficult kind to find. Besides, who would give fake goods as gifts? That's like shooting oneself in the foot. The elderly Madame Shangguan nodded repeatedly. I told you, Dia is not that kind of person. Sister-in-law, who exactly is Dia? Zhao Yeshu was bursting with curiosity. How come this person can give away something she herself, who is from a wealthy family, can't even buy? And 2 boxes at that. Just a self-employed noodle seller who came from the countryside to Beijing. Shangguan Furong replied with some frustration. She too was intrigued. How could a self-employed vendor afford such things? Of course, there is another reason why Shangguan Furong said that. She hoped Zhao Yeshu would reject the ice crystal skin care. With Zhao Yeshu's status, she would look down on a gift from a self-employed vendor, wouldn't she? If Zhao Yeshu were to refuse, the skin care would return to her. Chapter 632, Regret It Now. _4. If Jia Zhenjin was happy with getting the standard version of Ice Skin Jade complexion, she would surely die of envy knowing that I have the Supreme Edition. Though Shangguan Furong could be a bit dominant, she did have some smarts. However, Zhao Yeshu completely ignored Shangguan Furong's implied intent and looked at the old Shangguan lady, saying, I feel you must be quite satisfied with Dia, aren't you? If she had followed Shangguan Furong's lead, that would have been foolish. Who wouldn't want such an excellent product like Ice Skin Jade complexion? Satisfied. The old Shangguan lady nodded her head repeatedly, very satisfied. Then when are you planning to settle this matter? It's not easy to find a good woman these days. Since Dehui and her have such good karma, it's better to settle things down earlier for peace of mind, Zhao Yeshu continued. Though she had never met Dia in person, her impression of Dia was quite good. So what if she comes from a rural area? Even a girl from the countryside managed to get hold of the Supreme Edition Ice Skin Jade complexion. For the people in their elite circle, even the standard version was out of reach. The old Shangguan lady proceeded to say, that will depend on Dehui and Dia's intentions. That she was older and some decisions should be made by the young people. Meddling too much could be bad. Things will straighten out naturally when they are supposed to. Moreover, Shangguan Dehui is probably quite in a rush for this matter even if she isn't. Wuxia world. Sight Zhao Yeshu nodded, that's right, this matter depends on the two main characters. I must stop imposing now, sister-in-law. I have things to attend to at home. Thank you for the ice skin jade complexion. I should head back. With that, Zhao Yeshu took the gift box from Shangguan Furong's hands. Furong, visit me when you got the time. Looking at Shangguan Furong, it seemed that she didn't want to part with the Supreme Edition of Ice Skin Jade complexion. If she didn't leave now, she might not get the chance to later. Zhao Yeshu wasn't a fool. When the box left Shangguan Furong's hands, her heart also went empty. The Supreme Edition Ice Skin Jade complexion. It was originally hers. In just the blink of an eye, it became someone else's. Aunt. Shangguan Furong stood up, staring at the ice skin jade complexion in Zhao Yeshu's hand. Furong, is there something else? Zhao Yeshu turned to look at Shangguan Furong, pretending not to understand the implication in Shangguan Furong's eyes. Aunt, that ice skin jade complexion. Zhao Yeshu smiled and said, Furong, don't worry, I will use it well. I won't stay to bother you. I need to leave now. With that, she quickly left the Shangguan's home, afraid that Shangguan Furong might snatch the ice skin jade complexion from her hand. Shangguan Furong fell despondently onto the sofa, her face extremely unpleasant. The old Shangguan woman asked in confusion, what happened? Shangguan Furong turned to the old Shangguan woman, complaining, how could you give the ice skin jade complexion to my aunt? Do you know how much effort it took me to get the Supreme Edition? I woke up at 7 this morning, arrived at the mall at 8, and couldn't get even a standard version. You even gave away my thing without telling me. Shangguan Furong was upset. How could it be like this? That was her thing. Old Lady Shangguan looked up at Shangguan Furong. Didn't you say that the ice skin jade complexion was fake? What? You regret it now? Shangguan Furong was taken aback. Even if it is a fake, you can't just give it to someone else. The old Shangguan woman calmly turned a page of her newspaper. It doesn't matter since the one whose face will be ruined isn't you. Why are you so worried? Old Lady Shangguan did this on purpose. She wanted to irritate Shangguan Furong. Otherwise, she would forever remain ungrateful. Shangguan Furong started to argue. I said it would ruin her face, but I didn't say I don't want it. I may be old, but my memory isn't failing. If I remember correctly, you directly refused Dai yesterday morning, didn't you? Ah. Shangguan Furong's regret made her want to retch. Old Madame Shangguan continued, Furong, I have told you many times not to judge people by their appearance and background. You never break this habit. Also, you really need to change your domineering attitude, or else who will be able to tolerate you in the future? As long as Zhao Shen can tolerate me, it's enough. Shangguan Furong was vexed. Why do you care so much? I'm leaving now. Zhao Shen was Shangguan Furong's husband, normally under her tight control. In private, Zhao Shen had complained to the old Shangguan woman countless times. Chapter 633, Regret It Now. _5. Lady Shangguan felt deep sympathy for her honest and obedient son-in-law. She intended to aid Zhao Shen, but she had no control over her daughter at all. Lady Shangguan watched Shangguan Furong's retreating figure, shaking her head helplessly. Shangguan Furong returned to the Zhao house, fuming with rage. Furong, you're back. Zhao Shen immediately rose from the sofa. Pour me a cup of tea. Oh, all right. Zhao Shen immediately poured Shengguan Furong a cup of tea. After taking one sip, Shengguan Furong immediately spat the tea back out. Zhao Shen. Are you deliberately trying to irritate me? Didn't I tell you already, I don't like pure tea. I want Biluakun tea. Biluakun tea. What part of that do you not understand? Shengguan Furong was already seething with anger, and Zhao Shen, the perennial scapegoat, was an easy target. Zhao Shen immediately trembled with fear, and quickly fetched a tissue to wipe Shengguan Furong's mouth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was going to drink this pure tea myself. I poured the wrong pot. I'll pour you another one. Zhao Shen, exclaimed Shengguan Furong. She slammed her teacup onto the tea table. How many times have I told you? You are not allowed to drink pure tea either. There shouldn't be any pure tea in this house. Who allowed you to buy it? Who gave you the permission? Are you trying to rebel? Furong, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again next time. Zhao Shen, the strange man, preferred black and red teas like pure, but Shengguan Furong only liked green tea, and only drank green tea. And so, the conflict escalated. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. Ko Shengguan Furong, too furious to speak, picked up the teapot and smashed it to the ground, pointing at the shards. Kneel down. Zhao Shen, I've finally realized. Unless I make you suffer a bit, you will never remember my rules. Zhao Shen's mother emerged from the inner room, looking at her dominating and overbearing daughter-in-law, too stunned to speak. Zhao Shen was a pushover, and he knelt down when Shengguan Furong ordered him to do so. Those were sharp shards. How could anyone kneel on them without getting hurt? Zhao Shen's mother frowned out of concern. But there was nothing she could do about it. Who could be blamed when her son was so spineless? Just then, the butler came to inform, Madam, Miss Jia is here. Shengguan Furong turned to Zhao Shen, go kneel in the room. All right, Furong, don't be angry. You know what the books say, anger can make you age faster. Zhao Shen quickly made his way toward the bedroom. Soon after, Jia Zhenjin entered from outside. Furong. Zhenjin. Shengguan Furong greeted, smiling. Furong, what happened to you at the mall? Why did you just leave suddenly? Jia Zhenjin asked, concerned. Shengguan Furong replied, it's nothing. Of course, she couldn't say that she had missed out on the supreme edition of the Ice Skin Jade Cream. All thanks to the old lady Shengguan. And Dia. Surely she did it on purpose. If she had just said earlier that this was the supreme edition of Ice Skin Jade Cream, there wouldn't have been this misunderstanding, right? Rural people will always remain rural people, and could never step into the spotlight. Even though she had taken her anger out on Zhao Shen just now, Shengguan Furong was still livid. Jia Zhenjin glanced at the shattered pieces on the floor and whispered, did you have another fight with Ziking's dad? Ziqing was Shengguan Furong's eldest daughter, 9 years old. Shengguan Furong grumbled, he's as useless as trash. He's not even comparable to Mo Qishan. Jia Zhenjin tugged at Shengguan Furong's sleeve, signaling for her to lower her voice. Shengguan Furong retorted, what's there to be afraid of? I didn't say anything wrong. Ultimately, the head of the Shengguan household was her. Who would dare to do anything to her? Be they young or old, everyone had to live by her rules. Jia Zhenjin pulled Shengguan Furong to the sofa and whispered, Furong, you should really keep your temper in check. Despite everything, Ziking's dad is a man, and he has his own dignity. If you keep this up, aren't you afraid that he might retaliate one day? Jia Zhenjin had known Shengguan Furong for many years now, and she was very familiar with her temper. Too hot-tempered and too domineering. Furong, some truthful words are unpleasant to hear. At her words, Shengguan Furong's expression changed. She nodded slowly, I get it. Jia Zhenjin knew it wasn't a good time to stay around, so she said, knowing you're okay puts my mind at ease. I'll get going then. Shengguan Furong nodded. School. Ni Yang had an exam in Chinese yesterday afternoon. Today, she was scheduled for math and English exams. She arrived at the campus right when the classes had just been dismissed. Ni Yang was dressed in a blue and white school uniform, holding a few books. As she strolled down the path shaded by camphor trees, she attracted the attention of quite a few students who stopped to watch. Chapter 634, Regret It Now. _6. Oh my God. She's beyond beautiful. Even some girls couldn't help but exclaim. That's Ni Yang, isn't it? Yes, that's her, Ni Yang from class 5. I heard she's super talented, she doesn't need to attend classes and only comes for exams. She's incredible. Ni Yang is so pretty, I would be satisfied if I were half as pretty as her. Ni Yang seemed to have not heard the discussions around her, her face impassive. If it were many years ago when she heard such words, she would have felt somewhat thrilled. With more experiences, she became indifferent. Ni Yang. A figure dashed from behind towards her. Ni Yang turned to look and saw it was Li Wei. Ni Yang paused. If she remembered correctly, hadn't Li Wei already graduated? Surprised to see me? Changes during the puberty can be pretty fast. After not seeing him for a long summer break, Li Wei seemed to have grown much taller and his voice had deepened. Wuxia World. Sight Wuxia World. Sight. Ko Ni Yang nodded, quite surprised. Didn't you graduate already? Li Wei chuckled. It seems you do care about me. Ni Yang, Li Wei continued, I was joking with you. I didn't do well in college entrance exam, so I chose to repeat a year. Am now in class 8. Oh. Ni Yang nodded, I see. Brother away. Zhou Xuemei caught up from behind. Li Wei seemed somewhat reluctant to let Ni Yang see how close he was with Zhou Xuemei. He just nodded coolly. Zhou Xuemei's expression darkened slightly. Li Wei continued, the exam is about to begin. How's your preparation, Ni Yang? It's going well. Ni Yang nodded. After a pause, she added, I need to leave now, I have something to do. After finishing, she ran off in the direction of the teaching building. It seems like Ni Yang doesn't like me. Zhou Xuemei complained. Li Wei added, maybe you misunderstood Ni Yang? She's actually quite nice. Having heard that, Zhou Xuemei felt even more aggrieved. She and Li Wei were childhood friends, but ever since the arrival of Ni Yang, it seemed like Li Wei wasn't as enthusiastic about her anymore. She had to study hard. Surpass Ni Yang academically. Make Li Wei take notice of her. Zhou Xuemei made a fist in determination. The two of them proceeded towards the teaching building, each lost in their thoughts. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the monthly exam officially began. As soon as Ni Yang started her math paper, she felt a familiar pain in her abdomen. Could this be happening? Ni Yang frowned slightly. She had been so busy recently that she had lost track of the days. It seemed like her period was due today. During menstruation a woman's body tends to be at its weakest, Ni Yang was no exception, and on top of that, she suffered from severe period pain. Despite having taken several medicines with no effect, Ni Yang simply gave up being treated. After all, the pain only lasts for a day or two. This probably explains why they say doctors can't cure themselves. She didn't have any sanitary napkins on her, and she was in the examination room with 2 male invigilators. If she tried to bear the pain, it could end up in a bloodbath. After several seconds of hesitation, Ni Yang raised her hand. What's wrong, student Ni Yang? Although the invigilator wasn't from her class, Ni Yang was quite well known at school, it would be hard not to know her. Teacher, I have a stomachache, can I take a leave? Once these words were spoken, everyone in the examination room turned curious or concerned eyes towards Ni Yang. The invigilator hesitated a moment, then said, can you hold on for a bit longer, Ni Yang? Probably not. Regarding student health as the top priority, the invigilator continued, in that case, you can go. I'll speak to your class teacher for you. Thank you, teacher Sun. Ni Young bent to thank the teacher, picked up her draft paper and pencil box, and walked towards the classroom exit. As soon as Ni Young left, teacher Sun came to pick up the test paper from her table. Seeing this, the other teacher immediately came over. How's the dark horse performing? Behind the scenes, everyone referred Ni Young as the dark horse instead of calling her by her name. It's only been 20 minutes and she's completed half of it, all correct. Teacher Sun handed the test paper to him. Why can't such a brilliant student be in our class? The other teacher also sighed. After Ni Young left the classroom, she first went to the restroom, using tissue paper as a temporary fix. Then she took off her school uniform, tied it around her waist, and quickly rode her bike to the supermarket. Chapter 635, Regret It Now. _7 in the lunar month of October, Ni Young was only wearing a white knit sweater. A light breeze carried a touch of chill, and combined with her monthly cycle, Ni Young looked a bit pale. Before the 1980s, there were no menstrual pads in China. In 1984, menstrual pads had only recently been introduced to China. Before the 1980s, everyone used cloth menstrual belts. A menstrual belt was a strip of cloth sewn together. Most households kept two, one to be worn and one for washing, during the menstrual cycle. Although menstrual pads had been introduced to China, the vast majority still used menstrual belts. That was because a pack of menstrual pads cost 8 or 9 yuan, but at that time, people's monthly salary was only about 30-something yuan, which made them unaffordable. And because sales were low, very few stores sold them. You had to go to specific stores. Ni Young did buy quite a few for home use. But now she was in the city. Ni Young quickened her pace. She must hurry. Just then, a luxurious car suddenly stopped in front of Ni Young. Wuxia World. Sight ordinarily, Ni Young would definitely think that this car looked familiar, but today, she suddenly felt irritable. Whose damn car was this? How impolite. Didn't they realize she was in a hurry? Just as Ni Young was about to lose her temper, the driver's window rolled down, and Wu Daming's excited face appeared. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Before Ni Young could react, the back car door was pushed open from inside, and a long leg came into view first. Following the line of the leg upward, a clear-cut face came into view. Brother Mo. The anger within Ni Young vanished instantly. Yang. Mo Chishan walked over and gathered Ni Young into his arms. It's so cold out, why are you dressed so lightly? As he spoke, Mo Chishan took off his dark blue trench coat and wrapped it around Ni Young. The trench coat wasn't thick but carried a warm body temperature, along with a faint scent of smoke, giving an inexplicably reassuring feeling. When did you get back, Brother Mo? Ni Young looked up at Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan was bending over, busily buttoning the coat. Just got off the plane. He had originally planned to surprise Ni Young, but after bumping into her on the street, Mo Chishan couldn't control himself anymore. Just then, Ni Young felt another wave of pain from within her body. She grasped Mo Chishan's arm. Brother Mo, I gotta go, I need to make a trip to the store. What if she really bled profusely? I'll have Wu Daming drive you there. It's too cold to ride a bike. Look how pale your face is. Mo Chishan reached out to pinch her face. Not only pale but also icy cold. Ni Young hesitated for a second and then nodded. All right. Wu Daming efficiently shoved the bike into the trunk. Ni Young and Mo Chishan got into the back seat. Yang, are you not feeling well? Mo Chishan tightly clasped Ni Yang's hand, finding that it was not warming up despite his efforts. No, I'm okay, Ni Yang shook her head. Just drive me to the store up ahead. How was she supposed to tell him about this? Seeing Ni Yang's hand resting on her belly, her face pale, her hands and feet freezing cold, Mo Chishan quickly concluded what was happening and told Wu Daming, who was at the driver's seat, Daming, speed up. The car quickly reached the store. Ni Yang immediately leaned over to get out of the car, but was held back by Mo Chishan. Stay in the car, I'll go. Ni Yang slightly frowned. Do you know what I need to buy? Mo Chishan's ears reddened for a moment. Yes. Are you sure you do? Mo Chishan's ears turned even redder. Ni Yang's ears turned red as well. Oh my goodness. Could he possibly know what she was talking about? Wu Daming curiously turned his head. Brother 6, sister-in-law, what kind of riddle are you playing? What's all this talk about knowing or not knowing? You'll understand when you have a girlfriend. Mo Chishan looked up at Wu Daming. Wu Daming, yet another day being fed with dog food. I'll be right over. Mo Chishan closed the car door. Inside the store, Mo Chishan pointed to the red jar on the counter. I'll take that one. Most of the menstrual pads at this time were jar-packed. The salesgirl was a young lady. She had hardly seen any man buying these, and her cheeks turned red too. She asked, Comrade, is this it? Mo Chishan first nodded, then shook his head. Give me the best one. Oh my goodness. Whose husband is this? So considerate. How about this imported one then? It's 18 yuan. Is this the best one? Mo Chishan asked. Yes. The sales clerk nodded. I'll take this one. The salesgirl was really excited. Whose husband is this considerate, willing to buy such expensive sanitary pads? After choosing the sanitary pads, Mo Chishan then went to the clothing store next door and bought a set of new clothes. Only then did he return to the car, stuffed the things into Ni Yang's arms, and then directed Wu Daming to proceed to Wancheng Villa. Ni Yang blushed as she glanced at the stuff in the bag. He didn't buy the wrong one. How did he figure it out? Ni Yang tugged at Mo Chishan's sleeve, whispering, I need to go to the bathroom. Mo Chishan nodded, I know. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Soon, the car stopped in front of a beautiful villa. Mo Chishan got out of the car first and opened the door for Ni Yang. The moment Ni Yang stepped out of the car, she was scooped up in the arms of Mo Chishan. Ni Yang, who was caught off guard, let out a gasp and quickly wrapped her arms around Mo Chishan's neck. Put me down quickly. No. Mo Chishan turned to Wu Daming. Daming, you can leave first. Okay, brother 6, remember to call me if you need anything. Wu Daming pointed to the pager in his pocket. Mo Chishan nodded, then carried Ni Yang into the villa. Brother Mo, I can walk on my own. Are you sure? Mo Chishan glanced at her abdomen. Ni Yang, crap. Although Mo Chishan doesn't stay in this villa often, it's regularly cleaned by someone. The interior was very clean. Mo Chishan led Ni Yang to the master bedroom, single-handedly pulled open the bathroom door, put Ni Yang down and said, There are new toiletries inside, I am outside, remember to call me if you need anything. Ni Yang nodded, reaching out to close the bathroom door. Soon, there were sounds of splashing water coming from inside. Mo Chishan sat on the sofa in the living room, and in no time, there were a few cigarette butts in the ashtray. Ni Yang stayed in there quite a while. She washed her clothes and put them in the bag that used to hold her new clothes. Just as she came out of the bathroom, she saw Mo Chishan coming over with a bowl. Yang, get to the bed and rest. Drink this Angelica brown sugar water first. Ni Yang squinted her eyes, took a step forward, stood on a higher step than Mo Chishan, and reached up to rest her hand on his shoulder. Tell me, do you often flirt with ladies like this? Confess, it's less severe to confess than to resist. Young lady? Mo Chishan was taken aback. My oldest sister is 22 years older than me, my second sister is 18 years older than me, I don't have a younger sister. Chapter 636, To Get Rich, first build roads. _1, pft. Ni Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Mo, are you genuinely clueless or are you pretending? Mo Chishan said, I genuinely don't have a little sister. Ni Yang explained, the little sister I'm referring to is different from the one you're imagining. In this context, it's someone you're fond of, someone you yearn for when you don't see them for just a day. Men from the 80s had a bit of chauvinistic mindset, and sex education hadn't been popularized yet. It was rare for a man to understand a woman's needs so well. Yet Mo Chishan knew to buy sanitary pads, laundry items, and even knew about Angelica Brown's sugar water. It was clear he had experience doing such things. There is a beauty, unforgettable at first sight. If I don't see her for a day, I'll be consumed by thoughts of her. Mo Chishan casually placed the bowl on the side table, taking the initiative by pulling Ni Yang into his arms. Yang Yang, you are my little sister. Ni Yang froze for a moment but then leaned into his embrace. The simple hug lasted for about 2 minutes. Then Mo Chishan let go of Ni Yang and nudged her onto the sofa. Hurry up and drink the sweet soup before it cools down. Ni Yang took the porcelain bowl, and to think you claimed you hadn't courted other little sisters before, Wuxia World. Sight Wuxia World. Sight. My sense of smell is naturally sharper than others, Mo Chishan explained, and this. I asked Aunt Lisa, our cleaning lady, his face turned red as he spoke. It was his first time ever, asking such questions. Even Aunt Lisa was taken aback. While Ni Yang was bathing, Aunt Lisa kept stealing glances, curious to see what the girl who had charmed their master looked like. Really? Ni Yang was skeptical. Really? Mo Chishan held up 3 fingers, boss, I swear, you're the only little sister I've ever had. Ni Yang took a sip of the Angelica Brown sugar water, then I guess I'll reluctantly believe you this time. Yang Yang, do you want to rest a bit on the bed? Mo Chishan asked next. No need. Perhaps because of the Angelica Brown sugar water, Ni Yang didn't feel any abdominal pain today. It's getting late, I should head back. She had been in the bathroom for an hour, combined with the time she spent on the road, it was already after 5 in the afternoon. The sunset streamed in through the window, bathing the room in a golden glow. It was beautiful and peaceful. Leaving so early? Mo Chishan reached for the empty bowl. It's already past 5. Ni Yang pointed to the clock on the wall. Mo Chishan picked up his coat, casually draping it over his body. Then I'll escort you home. No need, I can take a taxi back. You should go home and check in, I'm sure your parents are waiting for you. Ni Yang said. Mo Chishan laughed, they don't know I'm back today. Come on, I'll take you. All right. Ni Yang nodded. Just as they were about to leave, Aunt Lisa came in to pick up the empty bowl. Aunt Lisa, this is Miss Ni. Mo Chishan introduced. Aunt Lisa, a blonde, blue-eyed woman from M country. To be accurate, aside from Wu Daming, everyone around Mo Chishan was a foreigner. Looking at Ni Yang, Aunt Lisa's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Hello, Miss Ni. My God. This Eastern girl is too pretty. No wonder our master is so smitten with her. Hello, Aunt Lisa. Ni Yang greeted her warmly. Though she was beautiful, she didn't come off as aloof. She gave off a friendly vibe, unlike some who strutted around with an arrogant attitude because of their looks and talent. Mo Chishan escorted Ni Yang out of the villa. Somehow, Wu Daming was already waiting outside the villa gate. On seeing Mo Chishan and Ni Yang approach, he immediately opened the car door. Brother 6, sister-in-law 6. Go to your sister-in-law's house, Mo Chishan responded gruffly. Okay. Wu Daming was a skilled driver, and they soon arrived at the entrance of Jinghua village. The roads in Jinghua village weren't great, and the sedan had a low ground clearance, so it couldn't be driven in. They had to park outside the village. Wu Daming said, Sister-in-law, didn't I hear you bought a place in the city? Yeah. Ni Yang nodded. Wu Daming continued, then why haven't you moved in? City commute is so convenient. It'll take at least 10 minutes to walk from here to your house. Chapter 637, To Get Rich, Build the Road First. _2. Ni Young said with a smile, the city is too noisy. The countryside is more serene. It's a good opportunity to get some exercise on the walk home. Even though the city was bustling, Ni Young felt no sense of belonging there. She had a fondness for the countryside. However, Wu Daming's words reminded her of something. Wu Daming further said, Sixth sister-in-law, I heard you've been investing in real estate. How many properties have you bought in the city? Ni Young thought for a moment, probably more than 20. I've lost count. Having too many houses brought its own troubles. Wu Daming swallowed hard, then gave Ni Young a thumbs up. Indeed, family members are all alike. He had assumed that only Mo Chishan was foolishly buying so many houses. He didn't expect Ni Young to have done the same. Houses couldn't be eaten, what was the point of buying so many? When the time came, they would surely regret it if they got stuck with them. Ni Young smiled faintly and turned to look at Mo Chishan. Brother Mo, I think I'll head home first. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. Wait a moment. Mo Chishan held her hand. What is it? Ni Young looked back at him. Mo Chishan said, we're at your home's doorstep. I should, of course, pay Auntie a visit. He prided himself on being a good son-in-law. Wu Daming hurriedly opened the trunk and took out the gifts he had prepared in advance. Sixth brother, here you go. Mo Chishan, holding Ni Yang's hand with one hand and taking the gifts with the other, said, Daming, you can head back first. Come and pick me up around 8 or 9. All right. Wu Daming nodded. Hand in hand, Mo Chishan and Ni Young headed towards the Ni family home. Even though night had fallen, they still encountered quite a few villagers. Mo Chishan was a very polite young man and greeted everyone they met. Ni Tsuihua was cooking in the kitchen. They were having a hot pot dinner that evening, and the aroma of stir-fried hot pot base wafted through the yard. Upon seeing Mo Chishan, Ni Tsuihua expressed her surprise. Xiaoma, when did you come back? Mo Chishan replied, Auntie, I took the 1 o'clock flight this afternoon. Ni Tsuihua nodded. The hot pot was a double flavor pot. Ni Young, who always had a liking for spicy food, looked at the red pot while nibbling at the clear broth pot to satisfy her cravings. Fortunately, the soup base of the clear hot pot was also very flavorful. Hot pot was an ideal dish for cold weather, and it wasn't long before beads of sweat formed on Ni Yang's nose tip. Xiaoma, are you free on the 18th? Ni Tsuihua looked at Mo Chishan. Auntie, do you need something? Mo Chishan curiously looked at Ni Tsuihua. Even Ni Young was slightly curious. Ni Chingue bit into a large fish ball and chimed in, something good is coming. Auntie and I, what good thing? Ni Young asked. Ni Chingue just chuckled without saying anything, continuing to eat his vegetables. Ni Tsuihua went on to say, your uncle Shengguan told me today that they will be coming over for a visit on the 18th. Mo Chishan also seemed to understand something and immediately nodded, I'll be free, Auntie. I've been quite idle recently. Ni Tsuihua said with a smile, since you're free, come over that day, Xiaoma. And meet more people. Okay. Mo Chishan nodded. After dinner, Ni Young escorted Mo Chishan home. But she was only responsible for sending him to the edge of the village. Yang, who is this Uncle Shengguan? Mo Chishan didn't have the heart to ask at the dinner table. Ni Young replied, Uncle Shengguan is my mom's boyfriend. His full name is Shengguan Dehui. Mo Chishan was momentarily shocked. He didn't expect that Ni Tsuihua would have found a companion so quickly. It seemed that the meeting on the 18th definitely had the implication of acknowledging relatives. The fact that Enrich invited him to join meant that she didn't see him as an outsider. The corners of Mo Kishin's mouth involuntarily curled up in a smile. That's a good thing. Auntie is still young, she should have a companion. Mo Kishin held Yang's hand tighter. Yang nodded with a smile. Yes, I know. A normal child, upon learning her mother was seeking another companion, would generally have some reservations and need to confide this to someone. But not Yang. She truly wished for Kuihua's happiness. That's why Mo Kishin was so fond of her. Because he believed that there was no one else in this world more understanding than her. Being with her could make a person feel utterly relaxed. Upon returning home, Yang didn't immediately lie down on the bed. Instead, she sat at her desk, completely engrossed in sketching out a design. The next day, Yang went to the bank to check her balance. After returning home, she went to the village chief's house. Yang was quite popular in Jinghua village, and this was no exception at the village chief's home. Village chief Li received her warmly. He brought out the tea leaves that were usually only brewed for festivals and special occasions. Chapter 638, To Get Rich, First Build Roads. _3. Yang stood up, took the teacup handed over by the village chief, and said, You really don't have to be so polite, village chief. I'm only here to discuss something with you. After that, I'll be leaving. Village chief Li responded with a smile. That's perfect, we can chat while enjoying our tea. Yang sipped her tea and continued, Village chief Li, the roads in our village become muddy every time it rains. It is very inconvenient for the elderly and children to walk on them. Yang, are you thinking about fixing the road? Village chief Li inferred from Yang's words. Yes, Yang nodded in confirmation. Village chief Li took a puff of his cigarette. Yang, you know the situation in our village. Before you came back, everyone couldn't even afford meat. At the moment, there is no supportive policy from the government. Talking about road construction is easy, but it requires a substantial amount of money. Even if each household in our village could contribute 100 yuan, it would not be sufficient to cover the costs. Road construction requires stones, cement, sand, and the wages and living allowances of the workers. Altogether, it would cost at least over 100,000 yuan. That isn't a small amount of money. Yang took out a small notebook and continued, Village chief Li, I've calculated that our village needs about 20 kilometers of cement road. Building a road about 4-5 meters wide and 20 centimeters thick would require approximately 240 tons of cement, 1,920 tons of sand, and including labor costs and so on, it would cost around 100,000 yuan. I will cover this 100,000 yuan. In the era that followed, based on the price of 138 yuan per meter, a 20-kilometer cement road would cost at least over 2 million yuan. However, this was the cheap and economical 1980s after all. To get rich, build roads first. Yang had thought it through. She wanted to help build the road in Jinghua village. Only in this way, she thought, could the village further develop in the future. Wuxia world. Sight upon hearing her words, village chief Li was stunned. Yang, what did you just say? 100,000 yuan. That was not a small sum. Yang said, Village chief Li, you heard me right. I am completely sober. I want to build a road. Village chief Li took a deep puff of his cigarette. Yang, does your mother know about this? Yang nodded, don't worry, I've already discussed it with my mom. Enrich was also a very grateful person. The villagers of Jinghua village had always treated her and her daughter well. Now that their economic conditions had improved, it was only right for them to give back to Jinghua village. Helping others can be a form of self-help too. Yang, are you really not joking with me? Village chief Li still found it hard to believe.